It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard.
Paul, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Paul, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him.
It really boils down to our ability to accept. We don't need pessimism.
What he means by pessimism is resistance. And that's what COINTELPRO was all about, stopping the resistance.
I know you're out there. I can feel you now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change.
We hide it in plain sight. One of Plato's greatest works was the allegory of the cave. I feel in order to understand the political matrix, we need only to look into this allegory. We first have to open our minds to the possibility everything is not as it seems, that things we've always known to be truth may be lies. For if we can't perceive the lies we've ingested, we can't see the bars on our mental conditioning. For that is how you walk out of the cave and see the political matrix. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Political Matrix. I'm your host, Marcus Young Morpheus Gage, here with a good friend. I definitely enjoy his content, and he's been getting more. Well, I'm not gonna say getting more into. He does talk politics from time to time, but his channel is mainly geared towards gaming and film. And so it's one of the breaks that I do enjoy from this. Occasionally, he's talking about the different issues that, of course, Israel, Palestine, Gaza, some of those things like that. Workers' rights. I've seen him talk about that also. But that break when he's talking about stuff like I see in the back, what is that? Kung Fu. What was it? Kung Fu Hustle. And he also gives me a lot of nostalgia because there's a lot of older films that it's kind of like he's doing a rediscovery of that it brings me back, reminiscent to stuff that I've seen before. So welcome to the stage. Got Edward of Game.film. How are we doing, brother?
Thanks for having me again, man. I had a great time a few weeks ago being on the show. So good to be back.
Oh yeah. First I'll ask, are there any other projects that you're working on, videos coming up that you've been doing as far as on your channel?
I've been doing a couple book readings. One is Sandinistas Speak. It's about they're interviewing Sandinistas of the revolutionary. They kicked out the U.S.-backed Somoza dictatorship, and a lot of cool statistics about how destitute the country was before, they were able to defeat that dictatorship, and some video game history. Some 50 key video games is another book I've been reading. It's pretty fun stuff there. And just supporting indie game developers, man. Just streaming video games that are less expensive and are like bug free and are made just by a small group of people, not supporting huge corporations. And I'm slipping on my film reviews. I need to start making some more videos there, but expect some of that if you check me out. So
now that's an interesting mix. Indie games, Sandinistas. That's an interesting way to start off. And it's kind of funny when you really look into the history of things, how much, the Sandinistas are kind of not directly tied, but they do tie into this whole imperialist network of all the things that are going on. So I think it's always good to keep yourself well boned up on history. So salute to you in that endeavor. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of different things to talk about. I don't have Ed for for all evening. But while I have him, I'm gonna pick his brain with as much stuff as possible, because it's always good to hear other people's opinions and not always be like a feedback loop of myself just talking. Of course, there are different things which I've saw throughout the week which caught my attention, and then there's some things which Teal has hit me up that she wanted to talk about. Thus, the overlayered, thumbnail for this week's show. Um, so some of those topics, of course, are Iran versus Israel. Iran versus Israel / US. I know everybody's already talked about the Kristi Noem thing, but I guess I just wanted to weigh a little bit of on it, because I'm pretty sure some people are going to want to hear our takes on it. I saw it, of course. We saw was it James Tallarico, who him and Jasmine Crockett were running for the U.S. Senate seat on the Democratic side. Jasmine Crockett lost in the primary, and some people saw that coming. Some people were like, oh, it's kind of a bummer. We didn't see it coming. But I kind of want to talk about it mainly for one of the commentaries that I saw about the race, and from a large Black content creator, which I used to listen to quite frequently. He has a channel that goes by the African Diaspora Network. There are people within his network sphere which I do like and listen to, but I kind of want to push back on just some of the stuff that he was saying there, and kind of point out why he's wrong in his analysis. And I thought it was kind of more therapeutic for me to just do it this way and kind of mention it. I kind of have a whole bunch of little knickknack stories that don't really necessarily fit with everything talking about, but I wanted to bring them up anyway. And so, in waiting for Till to hop in, I won't go. Oh, that's right. The Ellison with the Ellison merger and things like that. There's some things that Till wanted to talk about, so I want to put that out there. That's why I have the Ellisons on the thumbnail.
They
Also,
officially got TikTok now, right?
yes, they officially have TikTok.
Yeah.
And they have HBO and Warner Brothers also.
Sheesh, man.
I didn't realize that they actually have Nickelodeon. They have what was it? I saw BET. They have Comedy Central. So it's gonna be interesting. They have a really strong chokehold on a lot of different, networks and industries. Of course, they have Paramount because they're Paramount Skydance. But with Warner Brothers, it's really going to encroach on more things. And then they have TikTok. So I really think that it's going to probably lead to more things going on. I think that also we're seeing the effects of them have that control by the lack of coverage that we're seeing on TikTok this time around.
Mhm.
So that's something that we will get into definitely. But I got a couple of things that, oh yeah, just for good measure also. You're familiar with what happened with the oil companies in Venezuela, right? After Trump did his, kidnapping of Maduro, right?
I know some shady stuff he was doing in his first term, and I know he's always been trying to either bomb or destabilize the refineries there, and all the sanctions killed like 40,000 people in his first term. But after Maduro got kidnapped, I'm sure he's still doing something. But if you have anything specific, let me know.
Well, this is something that I think it kind of falls under the radar to some degree. Pretty sure everybody in this audience, you guys are way smarter than us, so you guys will already know what I'm alluding to. But one of the major oil refineries out of Venezuela was forced to sell, and that was part of one of the the deals that they worked out with Trump. So in selling that refinery, it had to sell to one of the lowest bids or whatever. That ended up going to, I believe his name is Paul Singer, which is a ultra Zionist. So basically, the Venezuelan oil has been forced to be sold to an Israeli Zionist, which I'm not sure if he's Israeli or I just know that he's Jewish at least. And he is a big supporter of Israel. Well, that said, also, just kind of a fun thing that I got to see, that watching the World Baseball Classic, Venezuela was facing Israel. And so I don't know. Granted, it's a very, very small thing, but I mean they got to at least spank Israel 11-3.
Oh, nice. That was today.
Yesterday. Which
good.
Israel plays later on today against I think they play
they
Nicaragua.
Are playing today. Oh, dude, I hope Nicaragua smashes them because Mossad's been up in Latin America for decades.
Well, that's the thing. The World Baseball Classic is mostly countries which the U.S. and Israel have like picked on and brutalized and taking money from and tried to start color revolutions. And so it's wild that Israel's even in this. I mean,
right? Like, who the hell is really?
I mean, of course, the United States would be in it. That makes sense. Canada is in there. I'm talking about as far as non-Latin countries.
Yeah, Great Britain's in there.
Great Britain, the Netherlands is in there. I think that's it.
I don't know how the rules work. I guess like if you're like an army kid and you just live there at one point in time, like you can sign up for that country or something.
Yeah, or if you have like any kind of ancestry from that country, like some of them are like, for instance, Brazil. Brazil is such a hodgepodge team put together that they literally went and found a Brazilian high school kid and who's their pitcher.
Jeez.
Now, granted, the kid, from what I hear, throws well over 103 miles an hour. Sometimes I've heard up to 107 miles an hour. So, I mean, I get it. But
damn, I didn't know if it was humanly possible to throw more than 104. That's true. That's crazy.
Yeah. So sorry guys, I had to nerd out a little bit, but I just thought it was in closing on that, I just thought it was interesting to see Israel's first match. Israel's first match was facing Venezuela, which they recently just stole their oil. I mean, I wonder if in the locker room that kind of went into some of the speeches, like, hey, make sure we embarrass them.
We gotta mess them up good.
So
damn,
that was something that I just kind of wanted to bring up. Oh, and something else that I'll bring up. This is kind of more of a PSA. And this kind of just came off the top of my head because it's something that's happened out here. If your kids are bullying or being bullied, make sure you're really paying attention to those kind of situations. And if you work around kids, really try your best to try to be vigilant at watching some of the things that are going on. There's a young girl out here who was getting bullied, and her older sister, who was like maybe a year older than her, middle school, she's getting bullied by high school kids. The kid decided to throw a water bottle at the girl when she turned around, a metal water bottle that was full, and it swelled the girl's head up. She goes she goes to the hospital. She's in the hospital for a little while. They release her, and a couple of days later the little girl dies.
Dang.
And so I just kind of, heart goes out to that family and to kids out there getting bullied. I mean, I've been on both sides of it myself. And when you're a dumb kid and you're, playing around because all your friends are kind of egging you on to get involved in something, and I remember, speaking on behalf of, because I'm not trying to do a pity party for me for any kids who bullied or picked on me, but for the kid, it was these two brothers that I went to school with. Both of them were kind of large for their size, like taller than most other kids, and they were both very overweight. And it was a lot of bullying from those kids. And sad to say, I was involved in it. Now, over the years, I've made amends with those two brothers. I mean, not very much after, like this was in middle school. In high school, I've made amends with them and apologized and became friends with them and everything. And thinking about what happened with that little girl just kind of reminded me of them, because one of the brothers never got over the bullying that he went through. And granted, half of us at least reached out and became friends with them, and that was kind of water under the bridge. It still didn't erase the pain and trauma that kid had, and it led him down a path of drugs and different things like that. And he passed at, I want to say, late 20s by taking himself out. And so for anybody out there who's just bullying, I just kind of want to put that PSA out there, or parents, to make sure you guys are watching out for those types of things, because kids can be cruel. Kids can also just be kind of mindless and just follow the peer pressure, and or just do things and not think about the full consequences of what they're doing in the time, because kids are so emotional and there's so many different chemicals going on in their body. So I would just put that out there that, to, if you can, and maybe you all are already doing that. I'm not accusing anybody of not doing it, but I'm just saying, protect the babies out there.
Right on.
And bringing the lady of the political matrix, my partner in crime, Miss Voodoo herself. Hey, Voodoo.
What's up? I didn't pay my FBI agent, so I had to go cash app him real quick so he could let me get on.
Speaking of
oh my
FBI
God,
agent,
FBI?
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
It's a joke. It's a joke. Sorry, it's a joke.
Well, hey, bad cookies. That bullying is perfectly fine with me. I mean, Michael Rappaport. That's a whole different story.
Oh yeah, that's a different one.
That's a whole different story.
So, yeah, I've got some I want to say to that about the internet and all of that good stuff.
Well, also, I know that you got a topic that you wanted to get into, but since I know that we won't have Ed for the full show, there is something that I want to weigh in on, because, and I kind of want to start to this topic early, because it's something that I feel all of us can definitely add something to this conversation. And I know you're probably going to be familiar with this young man, but probably not that young anymore. But Till, you know who Philip Scott is, right?
Philip Scott, like the cigarette people?
No. That's Philip Morris.
Oh,
but runs African Diaspora Channel.
No.
What?
Who's that guy?
All right. I got something for all y'all then. Let me go find this video real quick, because Jasmine Crockett lost in
Well, I want to talk about that, and I'm glad Big Cookies is on the show today. Hey, Big Cookies, because I got something to say.
Okay, so then cool. We're gonna start on this. And Ed is in Texas. He's in Central Texas, not in that region where she is, but I'm gonna show y'all a short clip. This is kind of abbreviated of what he said in his totality on it, and he kind of went episode after episode after episode, and he's kind of been banging this real FBA anti-immigrant kind of position. And so, just a little background. One thing, before he got on to really pushing a whole lot of the Black content and pro-Black content and Pan-Africanism, he kind of did a little stint as kind of like more of a red pillar. And he was one of those people who was doing a lot of, you know, trash talking of black women.
Oh, he was cooning. That's what it's called. It's called cooning. He was cooning cooning on black women. Yeah.
So I kind of want to show y'all this because his commentary on Jasmine Crockett, because I mean, I didn't know if I was going to cover it or not. I'm like, well, it sucks that she lost, but yeah, I would have hoped to see her do well, even though she's very flawed. She's a very flawed candidate.
Yes.
But I wasn't gonna go on that. But it was just Philip Scott's his analysis of the situation is what made me decide I need to cover this, because this was just so over the top. But hold on, is this a video? Let's see. I think this is the right one. Oh yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me share my screen. So yeah, let me share my screen. And there was a TikToker got on there, and he laid out every argument I was making and more in kind of rebutting Philip Scott without directly rebutting Philip Scott, because his video wasn't for him. That I know of. But here we go. This is what Philip Scott had to say.
To get into why a lot of Latinos did not vote for Jasmine Crockett, even though she has been pro-immigration. She has pandered to immigrants. She really has. She's not pandered to FBA. And I want you to hear what this woman has to say, even though she's been doing all her pandering all this time. And I want you black politicians to pay attention to this too. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Oh no. What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett, a girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Anything. Oh yeah, we done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about what immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell, and that's why you lost. You're racist. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you would have pitched that in 2002, 2001, you probably could have gotten like a good drift. However, that was people in the past. Those kids that I grew up with that were chasing a field every summer, So
you actually heard what this Latina has to say. So she's saying that basically Jasmine Crockett offended them when she had made that statement inside that church, relegating them to picking cotton, and they didn't like that. She said that a lot of times they went with their parents, traveling different places, working in the fields, and a lot of them are citizens, and they don't have to do those sort of things anymore. So once again, Jasmine Crockett and her team did not read the room. Jasmine was run off at her mouth like she liked to do, and don't think, hey, maybe I need to kind of wash my mouth. No, but the interesting part is she said that, yes, but Jasmine's been very, 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 very pro-immigrant. She has. And because she's been very pro-immigrant, you thought maybe they wouldn't pay attention to that too much because she advocated for immigrants. But let me tell you, black politicians, something. Look at the lesson of Jasmine Crockett. So that's
So that's a little bit of what he said. When you listen to the full version, he started getting into black people. We done with these ghetto type, black women, and her wig wasn't even good and all kind of shit like that. And so I'm just kind of curious. I guess I'll start with you, Ed. Being in Texas, is it a feeling that Jasmine Crockett is racist towards Latinos?
Not that I know of. I don't know. I don't think he's given her a fair shake at all. I Also, I don't know what Jasmine Crockett's talking about. Can she have talked about like agriculture? Like
I think what she was, because Kristi says that was framed poorly on Jasmine Crockett's part. I agree. It was framed poorly, but what she was trying to say, in a sense, was that Black people are not going to be out doing a lot of this field work or manual labor or a lot of the jobs which some of the immigrant population has come in and been doing. And like this woman, I feel she was so disingenuous in what she was saying, because she's like, well, Latinos, you think Latinos are still out in the fields? And yeah, there's a lot of Latinos who have went out and after getting citizenship, they've went on to college and opened businesses and all that. But there is still a large chunk of the Latino population, immigrant population, who are still working in the fields and menial jobs, and who are working on construction sites, and who are doing maids and landscaping and all these things. And these are jobs which, I mean, are still need to be done. I mean, I don't know why she took it like so offended, when there is like for instance, out here in California, I can tell you pretty much majority of the people who are out picking strawberries and things like that are immigrants. Now these days, are they? And I'm pretty sure that woman is probably Mexican. Are they all Mexicans? No. Are some Guatemalans, some El Salvadorians, some probably maybe some Africans out there, a mixture of whatever. But a lot of these jobs where they're manual labor out in the fields are still predominantly done by immigrants. So I don't know how she took that comment and turned it into a racist comment. I don't know. That's my understanding what Jasmine was trying to say. Like, Black people with kind of the bad taste in our mouth from slavery, I don't see too many Black Americans definitely going out to do any of those types of jobs.
I wonder why she lost, though.
Well, I got a good video that I have queued up, and this gentleman kind of goes into why he feels Jasmine lost. Teal, did you want to hop in?
Yeah, I would. So, with that comment, we'll just start here. We'll just start here with Jasmine. So, Jasmine, don't get me wrong, I'm not a Jasmine dick rider at all whatsoever, but I'm always going to be pro-Black, as y'all have heard many times before. I will always be pro-Black before I'm pro anything else. Okay. So, being an outspoken Black woman, prime example, I'm going to have to get my fucking team together on Tuesday. And I do speak the same way that Jasmine does. I'm a very educated young Black woman. I can articulate myself very well. And I like to just bring realism to a situation. Does some of the things that I say come across racist? Of course, you've seen it on the show many times when I've said something and somebody has taken it, ran with it, and said, "Oh, well, because you're this way, you're not this way." That's never the case. So with her saying that comment, that might have been her way of trying to get to, in layman's terms, a certain population, not even a demographic. Yes, she's talking to a specific race, because if she was in Atlanta, she would be talking to us the same. She'd be like, "Y'all niggas don't want to be picking cotton no motherfucking more," and would probably said it the same way. She understands her crowd that she's trying to convert. Yes, she could have used a different verbiage. Of course, anybody can. In hindsight, it's 2020. But I'm looking at the situation at hand of where she is and who she's trying to get her vote from. Yes, she was saying most of y'all probably don't want to fucking farm no more. And that is probably because y'all are working in some of the, 230,000 farms that are in Texas. Because I did my research on Jasmine, because I have a little I wanted to say about her anyway. She's probably talking to the 230,000 farms that are housing 400 to 410,000 Hispanics that are working on these farms. They take up 77%, with 55% being from Mexico, period. Most likely, a majority of them are, not only are they immigrants at 100%, but a majority of them are probably, I'll say less than 40, not legal. So yes, she put it in layman's terms. I mean, you better hope she didn't say it in Spanish fucked up. Okay, then I would have been like, yeah, she probably took it too far. But she tried to get to a person that is probably not as educated, but still can vote.
Yeah.
By saying, do you want to be in farms anymore? No, because these niggas in Atlanta, they don't want to pick cotton anymore. The niggas in Louisiana, they don't want to pick cotton anymore. You get what I'm saying? And she just has a tendency, as you've seen in the past, to cut straight to the point. She's a cutthroat bitch, and that's what I liked about her. She's a real cutthroat fucking bitch. So if that's how you have to get to talking to people, because unfortunately, I work with a lot of African American people that are not as educated as the ones that I've had a chance to work with in Colorado, etc. So I talk to my team just as cutthroat. I talk to them and be like, hey, if you don't want to do something, don't sign the fuck up. But if you sign the fuck up, you better be the happiest motherfucker there. Because if you bring me an attitude or bring me a complaint, I'm on your fucking top. I talk to them the same. I'm about to get my master's degree. I could definitely gentle parent this situation, but it's not a gentle parenting situation. So if anybody has I've noticed with me and with others, they don't have an issue with the message. They have an issue with the tone.
Yeah.
And they didn't like the tone because it came off semi-racist. But at the end of the motherfucking day, the motherfucker that's in the White House right now has said some of the wildest fucking shit, and they still voted that bitch ass motherfucker in the office. So I really don't want to hear shit when it comes to black women being able to be labeled as the angry black women. That shit is dead. We got an angry orange small dick maggot in the goddamn White House. I'm not gonna say that other word. I know we got in trouble last episode. But that's the point that I'm trying to make. Y'all let this punk bitch motherfucker get on Twitter with his motherfucking bully fingers and say whatever the fuck he wants to say about whoever the fuck he wants to say it by. And I'm Haitian, so you know I got a fucking problem with how he talk about us. And then y'all want to get over here and show y'all motherfucking ass at the motherfucking polls because she said a fucking farm joke.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, but you hit every point.
Because I'm on a fucking thing today, and I want to. This goes back to that fucking comment I made when everybody got their panties in a bunch about, oh damn, T, you don't want to stand up for this, you know what I'm saying, this color, but you stand for this color. I'm ready. So you can show the next clip because I got Jasmine Crockett in the pocket today.
Yeah, because I mean, for one, I take it like this, and I don't know, y'all can correct me in the chat, y'all can correct me on the panel. I do not think at all when Jasmine Crockett made that statement that she was summing up the whole entire Latino community as field workers. I mean, it's like, come on. And when you came with the numbers on how many people in Texas who are immigrants who are working in those fields and what percentage of them are Mexicans in that, I mean, the numbers are the numbers. Jasmine didn't tell no lies.
No. And now we're not even talking about, oh, who's owning farms. No, these are just hired farm labor. They take up 77%. 33 to 32% is Caucasian. 6% is black. Okay? That 30 to 32% most likely is family. Because the fucking farms are owned by white people.
Yep.
So in a sense, not to be like that, these are Hispanic plantations. This is y'all's plantation. That's what she was trying to get the point across to. But they wanted to take it and be like, no, we can't have plantations in 2026. It's equal rights. No, bitch. Y'all just can't see it. It's under the guise of small pay, little to no pay at all whatsoever, and the threat of deportation. They didn't get to threaten black people with deportation. They just killed us.
See, y'all didn't get to see this from this clip that I showed because, you know, this hit on a lot of points, but the full clip that he has on his YouTube channel, he actually, you can hear her actually start going into why Latinos voted for Trump. Now, if she's a Latino that voted for Trump, in what world do you think she was ever going to vote for Jasmine Crockett?
They never had the mindset to do so.
And so what that woman brought up, that little comment, I think that was an excuse. I think that was just an excuse to say why you would not support her. And if you go into what that woman said more and more into like her actual full video, she starts talking about her and Kamala don't know what it's like on the border, and that's the reason why we need Trump for strong immigration reform and all that stuff. Like that's what she started saying. This woman backs ICE, the woman that he used in his video. That's who he used. And so, with that said, anything else you want to say on this video, Ed, before I put on the other one?
Yeah, what an odd choice to bring her on to get her insight, and that's just not red flag.
It almost seems like he was intentionally looking for a way to bash her. Because I've seen
for a way to bash the black angry lady. They always look for. I will die on this hill. The black woman is the most unprotected and unsupported woman on the planet. Yet we gave birth to the planet.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see a black man who's supposed to be so proud, you know, supposed to be like B1, Pan-African, I'm all about black people, but yet you're one of the biggest attackers of black women. I don't know. Do I got it wrong, y'all? Am I misunderstanding something here? But that's what it seems like to me. And so I saw this other video that I wanted to share. Hold on a sec as it comes in. Because
no, Jasmine Crockett did not lose the Texas Democrat nomination because of misogyny or racism. She lost.
And so let me share this one. I wanted to share this video also because a lot of people were like, oh, well, it's because, you know, Latinos are racist and they was never going to vote for her because she a black woman. Oh, because I saw in the comments so much, oh, there goes that black and brown unity. And I saw so much of that. And that's why FBA can only deal with FBA. And I'm like, whatever. But just to give y'all a little bit more heads up on Mr. Philip Scott. This same man who is so verbose against immigrants, who's so much of a FBA backer, but yet attacks black women on a regular, and did that before he started doing this shit. Would y'all be surprised to find out that his wife is Latina and kind of more on the white side?
That makes sense. Y'all gonna listen to a man bash a black woman and expect him to be married to a black woman? No, because she would come in there, rip that mic off the motherfucking stand, and smack him upside his head on camera. Any man that ever says anything negative about a black woman couldn't stand being with one because she made him try to be better than what he was. So no, they always marry white, Latin, Asian, outside their race. I'm not saying all of them, but all the ones that talk shit about black women, they always marry outside their race because they can't stand being within it. Period.
Facts.
They want to slide out.
I've always said this. You got two different groups of black men who will date outside of their race. You got one group where they just so happen to run into this type of woman, they didn't give a damn, and they talk to her. Or they're living in a place where there's not a lot of black women. And so they end up with somebody who's not black. And then you have the other group where they vehemently do actually hate their own women, vehemently do hate black women. And so they can't wait to get out there and criticize, shit talk, no matter what. And sad to say, a lot of the black red pill is kind of more in that vein of they really just don't like black women, period. And so they look for an excuse to criticize and go after them.
I just had this conversation with my boss the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much what it boils down to is this. They have a black mom, right?
Mm-hmm.
That black mom got in that ass their whole life. Got in that ass. Now you're well off. You're weller off, okay? You can look out for your mother. I'm not saying that you hate her, but you definitely resent her. And because you resent her so bad, you left out the house and you said, you know what? I'm appreciative Hey yo, Nina. I'm appreciative of everything that my mother did to allow me to have the building blocks for what I have, but I do not want to give it back to a black woman, because I'd be damned if a black woman talked to me how my mother talked to me.
Mm-hmm.
I've done all this work, and I'd be damned if any woman on earth talks to me how they talk to me. Now, part 2. Why do they pick these lesser than, I wouldn't say lesser than, let me not say that. That's going to get us in trouble. Yeah. Why do they pick the ones that have less backbone? That's what it is. It's the backbone of it. Black women are inherently strong-willed. Like I told y'all before, black women go to college to get their education. White women, Hispanic women can go to college and find a husband. There are 2 different mindsets going on in those 4 years of college. A black woman will go to college, get that education, because at the end of the day, her mouth might cause her to be left the fuck alone. She has goals to become that head bitch in charge. But the latter races, they have the opportunity to do what they want to do in college, have fun, go to the parties, the gamma ray, whatever the fuck they want to pledge, and find a husband who will then support their fuckery. Okay, as long as they're like, yes, hun, of course, anything, whatever you say. Yeah, they get more yes women out of those races than they do black women. So then what happens? If anything were to transpire and they get a divorce, what goes on? The wife gets, them wives usually get half, and they get to go what? Home to their families, home to their father, home to somebody that will go, you know what, love? It's okay. We're going to find you another husband. You ever seen them say, you know what, bitch, you need to go out there and get a job? No. They say, you know, we'll get you right. Stay here with us. We'll get you another husband. It's okay. Brad was terrible. Okay? We'll find Robert. Robert, you know what? My CEO's son, he's going through a divorce now too. You know, let me set that date up. We don't get that. Black women get divorced or want to think about it. What happens? We go home to our parents. You know what our parents tell us? Well, shit, bitch, we done got you ready for life, baby. You better either figure out how to be alone or fix it with that man. Does he beat you? And I've heard that many a times. Even my grown-ass male friends have told me, well, baby, as long as he ain't beating you, it could be worse. Go fix it. They send us back to the relationship to fix it. Or we're either by ourselves.
And you know what? I don't disagree with any of that at all. Or what Abby said. I agree with both of y'all. But that's almost giving a pass to the ones who legitimately do just got a hatred for black women. Because I have seen plenty of these same dudes get with a loudmouth white woman, a loudmouth Hispanic woman, a loudmouth Asian woman. And it's like, well, wait a minute. She doing all the stuff you was just criticizing black women for. So to me, it's not the loud talking. It's a little deeper than that. It's a little what they call a little self-hatred.
It's self-hatred, and you could be tied into daddy's money towards the end of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Once some kids get solidified, that's daddy's money that gets solidified too.
So this brother right here, he starts off with saying it wasn't racism, it was bad strategy. And I was saying this also myself, because one thing Philip Scott said in his video is, oh well, if she would have just stayed in her area, in her seat, and just went for satisfying the FBA, then she would have been fine. She's in a safe seat. Well, this is one thing Philip Scott don't know, because newsflash, Philip Scott doesn't live in America anymore. Philip Scott lives in Ghana. So he doesn't even know what the hell's going on in Texas politics. He doesn't know that her area has been gerrymandered. So she's been basically gerrymandered out of a seat. That's why she ended up running for Senate. He also said under, he said going against was it Abbott? It's not Bill Abbott. What's the governor's name, Ed?
That dude in that wheelchair.
That they call him something. They call him Hot Wheels all the
time. Isn't it Abbott?
It's something Abbott. Is it Phil
yeah,
Abbott?
Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott. Thanks. Greg Abbott is the governor. Jasmine Crockett is not running against Greg Abbott. She's running for the Senate seat. And that's what shows he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about in this. But I wanted to give this young man some credit because he had his pulse on the nerve of what the hell was going on. So here, let me play a little bit of this.
Because she ran an abysmal dog shit campaign. That's really what it comes down to. For those that don't know me, I'm Vonnie. I'm a political strategist. I'm really plugged into politics. So I'm going to break down to you why Jasmine Crockett lost. And I knew she was going to lose very early on. There's multiple reasons why she lost, but I'm going to break them down to you to about 4 of them. Number 1, campaign strategy. Jasmine Crockett has said multiple times, my strategy is to energize the Democratic base. For those that are not plugged into politics, what that means is I'm going to get more people to vote Democrat this year than last year or the year before that. That's essentially what that means. And that sounds like a smart idea. But in Texas, dog shit idea. Why, you may ask? Because I looked this up. Almost every single Democrat Texas statewide candidate to run in the last 30 years has had the same campaign strategy. And what do you think that strategy is? You're right. Energize the base. Energize the base. Energize the base. Energize the base. We've been trying to energize the base for 30 fucking years. It has never worked, and it's not going to work. So as soon as I heard her say that's her campaign strategy, you're not going to get this nomination. It's just not going to happen. Now you compare that with James Rico's campaign strategy, who said, I'm going to try and get independents and some of these Republicans who are souring on Trump and can stomach voting for a Democrat. Which one do you think is going to work? Clearly, James Rico's strategy. That's the first reason. Her campaign strategy was absolute dog shit. Don't even know why she did it. Number 2, essentially, which is really like 1A, her spoken word policy on the campaign trail was abysmal. Absolutely wrong. She essentially said, I'm Jasmine Crockett and I'm a fighter. That was really it. I'm going to fight against Trump. I've been a civil rights attorney. I'm Jasmine Crockett. Boom. I like me. What the fuck is that? She rarely said anything about actual policy or vision that she had for Texas voters. She ran on being a fighter, which is an attribute. That's not a vision. It's an attribute. You want someone who has the attribute of being a fighter, but you need policy. You need a vision. Again, compare that to James Rico, whose policy, or at least vision, was it's not left, right, it's top and bottom. He said that repeatedly. That's how I know it off the top of my head. It's not left and right. It's the billionaires versus us. That's just, and you may disagree with that, but at least he had a vision. My last 2 are going to be kind of controversial. I can go to even deeper ones, right? Fundraising. She didn't really fundraise that much. I'm not even going to that. She didn't. She's a powerhouse fundraiser. Didn't even fundraise that much. But that's not even what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is this: electability. There's been a lot of talk about if Jasmine Crockett is electable statewide. And I will tell you from my research and how plugged in I am, I will tell you there's not a cold day in hell that Jasmine Crockett could be electable statewide in Texas. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. And I know you're like, oh my God, why is it? I'm just being honest with you. And here's the reason why.
So I wanted to stop that there and get some of you guys' thoughts on what he's saying. Because I said the same thing. It's like, Texas is a red state.
Jesus.
Texas is a red state. You think trying to be more of a Democrat is going to help you in Texas?
She's not electable because she's a strong black female. So is that?
I think that has some to do with it. But I think if you're going to be a Democrat and win in Texas, you got to at least be moderate.
I mean, his first 2 points sounded like his first 2 points. I don't know if he's lying, but it sounds like Crockett was running a Kamala Harris campaign, not going for independence, zero policy. I mean, that's
exactly what she did.
Kamala Harris campaign.
That's exactly what she did. A Kamala Harris campaign. It was like, come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, man.
She literally put nothing out there. And then another point that this guy brought up, which I didn't even know this, but since she's been in office, on the state side, and since she's been in the House, she has gotten literally 0 bills passed. 0 in her whole legislative career. And some people can say, "Oh, well, what do you mean? She was in Texas, and it's mostly Republicans. But then when she got to Congress, she's a junior member." James Tallarico has 16 passed bills in Texas. It don't look like she doing much. Or
16 though.
Let's say I'm being unfair to her. It doesn't look like, even if she's trying to put them forward, that she's being successful. So if you have somebody, even if their intentions are great, but they're not getting the job done, do you stick with that person just because you personally like them? I mean, you wouldn't keep your plumber if it's just you guys bond over the same football team, but your toilet is still jacked up. I mean, I don't know. That's just how I see it, and I could be wrong. So I'll tip this off. Going ahead, Teal.
Can I get on my Jasmine Crockett rant for the moment?
Go for it. It's all yours. I've said my piece on it.
I got notes, niggas. That's how you know I'm playing. I ain't playing today. I got notes. Y'all hear the book? I got notes. All right. So first off, so whenever it comes to like Black women getting elected for anything, I've seen it even in like SCA. Okay, I ran for SCA president 3 times. I'm likable. Everybody loves T. She cracks all the jokey jokes, all that good shit. But I just did not get the votes. I remember this one year I went against this kid named Adam, bro. And when I tell you Adam had nothing going on, bro, like I am star basketball player, star track runner. I was doing stuff for the SPCA. I was doing all this like awesome ass community work, all this other shit. Looked all good on paper. I even had a mentor at my high school that was like, "This is the things you need to do." Blah, 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 blah. In a sense, I had my own, like, what's his name? Frost, like, Trump had. I had my own little Iceman on the corner, telling me all the good talking points. Still didn't fucking work. Still couldn't win it. Looking at the same statistics that, Jasmine looking at, lost it by a smidgen, right? And so, unlike Trump, I didn't ask for a recount. I just let the shit rock. But I just noticed, I said, damn, even in high school, they never, they never got the Black girl in charge and nothing like that. So now let's talk about Jasmine. So just to give back so we can get a little history in what we're talking about. Yes, she did not get the Latin vote in Texas. A predominantly Hispanic and or Latin community is in Texas. Understood. So there are 230,000 fucking farms, okay? Out of that, 96% of the private land owned in Texas is owned by white people. So out of the 122 farms that are actually producing major products outside of cattle, so you got the cattle farms and agriculture farms all in one. Out of 122 farms, 118 are owned by white families for the whole fucking state, y'all. Okay? So all of the items that you're getting in your local grocery store are being farmed by the 400 or 410,000 Hispanics that are working at these 118 white farms. Those are the items that you are eating off of. They are from the blood, sweat, and tears of the Hispanic community. Now, I don't know why we're not looking at this in a broader spectrum of understanding that the farms now were the plantations back then. Period. I don't care how clean cut you want to doll it up or polish it. That's just what it is. Okay? Now, looking at the statistics of Jasmine's actual voting, it says that 70% voted for Mr. Italian, okay, Mr. Ferrari. First off, that is not a Hispanic name. I don't know why so many people thought that that man was Hispanic. First off, so many people looked at that motherfucking docket, at that goddamn thing, and thought, oh, this is a Hispanic man. No, maybe if you got some better education, you would understand that that man right there is Italian. If it ends in an I or an O, it is fucking Italian. That is an Italian man, aka that is a Caucasus man from the Caucasus Mountains. That is a European on that fucking ballot.
Hey,
that
Till,
is not a Hispanic man. Yes.
can I, since you brought that up, can I throw this one little thing in there? I honestly think that helped him tremendously in his votes.
It did.
Because people saw that name and they said, Crockett, wait a minute. Is that black girl? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, his name is Talarico? Oh, that's a Hispanic. I could be wrong, but I just think plenty of people voted for him on the name alone.
No, that's exactly how people, baby, she literally was speaking to the demographic that I know for a fact looked at that man and was like, I've never seen that family before, but kind of sounds like my friend back in. No, the fuck it doesn't. That is a Ferrari driving, Lamborghini having, tiramisu eating, alla la vodka having, spaghetti motherfucker. That man works for the mob. Okay? Both of them. Shit. That is not who y'all thought it was. If anything, when y'all needed to just look and vote, you should have looked for Hernandez, Gonzalez, anything. Shit, miraculous. Fuck, Wednesday. I don't give a fuck. Vote for somebody the fuck else. Write it the fuck in. Okay? I would have wrote in El Chapo. Y'all thought because it ended in an O, he was El Chapo's cousin or some shit? No. So that's the first thing. So 70% of the people that voted for him knew who the fuck he was because they were white. Okay? They buy European cars. They know exactly who the fuck that is. 62. No, I'll take that back. Let's go to Asians. Okay? Because I don't like the fact that the Hispanic community is getting all of the heat. We need to get these Asians in fucking check too. Okay? Y'all make fucking calculators. Y'all should know where the fuck that last name came from. Y'all make the ECUs for these motherfucking cars. Y'all should know where the fuck that last name came from. 71% of the Asians in Texas voted for him.
And it's a lot of Asians in Texas.
Come on now. There's a lot of Asians in Texas. I went and I stayed in Dallas for 4.5 months. Baby, they got more Chinese restaurants on every fucking corner. They got more chicken spots on every fucking corner ran by Asians. The gas stations are ran by Asians. Okay?
You know that Houston is the second largest third largest population of Japanese in the world.
Bro,
I didn't know.
let's really talk about it.
Brazil is number 2. Houston is number 3.
Let's really talk about it. Okay? You got to understand they're also in that pocket of the Delta. If you just watch Sinners, you already know what time I'm on. Houston is in the pocket of the Gulf. That little section of the Delta in the Gulf. Come on now. Now, 71% of Asians voted for this man. Okay, cool. I'll let that. Okay. We don't really get in y'all ass that much, but I promise you 2027, we getting in that ass. Because I promise you, I got beef and broccoli at the house. I got beef and broccoli at the fucking crib. Baby, I can go get me some dark soy sauce and figure it out. Okay? Tell me I just need some day-old rice, I'll figure it the fuck out. We don't even like raw fish like that. Black people got to cook it all the way through any fucking way. I can miss out on a little bit of sushi from here and there. Because this shit is fucking ridiculous. Now we go into the Latin community. 62% of the Hispanics of Texas and Houston voted for Mr. Ferrari. But these are the same motherfuckers that was telling us and beating down our doors saying black people, I love you too, boo, telling black people, hey, we need to band together. Don't give me that motherfucking Sam Jackson from Deep Blue Sea speech before y'all get ate by the fucking shark. I'm not trying to fucking hear it. No, we're not fitting a band together so we can, no, fuck that. Because when we try to band together, when we try to make a difference, when we're trying to create the building blocks so that we can get the society that we fucking need and get it out of the hands of these motherfuckers that go and play in the pockets of these crackers, Now we can't get the fucking ball to fucking move. Now it's to a point when we actually have somebody that's willing to be outspoken to the bitch that Pam Bondi's old bad wig wearing ass. If y'all want to talk about a bad wig, y'all better talk about Pam. The same woman that had enough gumption to stand up against Pam Bondi and say you do not stand firm for the fucking victims of Epstein's charges. She was the only one that had a fucking backbone in that fucking department that stood up to that punk ass bitch and said what the fuck that needed to be fucking said. That she's a lackluster ass white girl that sucked her way to the fucking top and got the position she got, all because she has a blonde hair, a pretty smile, and a good mouth. And she doesn't even use her fucking mouth for the right fucking reasons. Because if that was the fucking case, you should have spoke the fuck up for the victims in that motherfucking goddamn file. Because you got to see way more than anybody else got to fucking see. You skinny bimbo bitch. That's what Jasmine wanted to tell that white lady. But here it is. We get the moment to actually put this woman back in a position in which she can actually make some shit possibly move. And y'all don't want to pass her bills? Why? Because you don't like where her part is on the wig, or because she said that the Hispanics need to get the fuck out the farm? That's the movement you need. I need you to feel so uncomfortable in where you're standing that you look at what she said and go, damn, she talking to me. Yes. We want you off the fucking farm and able to read the difference between a fucking Ferrari named motherfucker and the person that's still holding the name of her slave master. That's why. Y'all too busy in the fucking field, right? Y'all want to get out of that shit, right? That's what she was saying. I need y'all out the fucking fields. I need y'all to know the difference between his name and somebody else's. I need you to do the research. I need you to read about this motherfucker. I need you to see why his policies are being passed and not mine. But no, all y'all care about is getting on people's platforms and getting in the comments and saying, well, T, that's not fair. You need to be standing for the black and brown. Where the fuck do y'all stand for us? Y'all had a fucking chance, and 62 fucking % of them motherfuckers said no. So I'd like to take my 62% of my niggas and say no too. That's my soapbox on that.
And I'll say this, and just my experience, and the Mexican population in Texas seems to be the biggest, like, hey, we support ICE, we're Trump Republican, you know. And also I've known that there has been a division. It's not all because my family that lives in Texas, they've talked for years about the black and brown divide. So I know that is some of that she was fighting an uphill battle, that some of them were not going to vote for her just simply because she was black. There are plenty who are not going to vote for her simply because she was a woman. Then there's the people who voted just because they saw Tallarico and thought that he was another Latino. Then I saw plenty of people who said that they liked Jasmine Crockett. They just didn't think that she would be able to win statewide. I mean, so I think that Jasmine Crockett was fighting the losing battle from the beginning. That said, you know, she still could have came with a better fight than she did, because one thing Tallarico did was, I saw him on Jubilee. I saw him doing interviews here. I saw him on podcasts all over the place. That dude was active. He was everywhere. And so he made a fight to get his name out there. And so can't fault the man who's out there pushing when Jasmine Crockett took the Kamala fucking route.
She's the next one.
I think she'll figure out something. Whether she go,
I hope she stands firm in what she believes in, but she's the next Kamala. Like,
I mean, I would hope to see her, you know, like Cori Bush is running for office again. Maybe she runs for another congressional seat. I don't know.
I hope she runs for something bigger.
Honestly, what I would hope for her, run for mayor or something.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, something a little more local.
Be the one that stops shit.
I don't know. So yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about on that. I mean, and to get that out of my system. So Anything you want to talk about on that one, or before we move on?
I think Voodoo nailed it. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. She got everything.
Which one of the main topics that have been going on out there that you kind of had your eye on? I know in the Chiron, or well, not Chiron, but in the title I put in there about, U.S. versus Israel. I put Kristi Noem, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff I can go into. But what main thing in the news has really been catching your attention? Whether it's one of these main stories or whether it's something that kind of you feel nobody's really put an eye on.
Iran, Israel, that's a big one right there. I'm not sure what's up with Kristi Noem in your title.
Oh, did you want to know on that, or did you want to weigh in on? I guess briefly, I'll just kind of state for those who did not know, she's kind of loosely been fired from her job at DHS.
Yep.
After her congressional hearing that went very, very poorly for her. She's actually even having a back and forth with Trump right now. And because what he did was he took her out of DHS and he gave her some new advisory to something or whatever. Basically, she got a massive demotion and she works under Marco Rubio now.
Ugh. Woof.
Yeah. They basically created a brand new position for her so that they could basically fire her without firing her. It's kind of the same thing what they did with Greg Bovino. They basically sent him back to his office out in California. And so, did you hear anything about some of the stuff that was going on with Kristi Noem?
She got walked out.
Oh my God, you missed quite a bit. I got a clip on that too. I think it's so much better to see her face. This clip goes into one thing in particular, but she basically got in trouble, one, for commercials where she kind of did the she basically took $200 million for these commercials. She was supposed to open them up as a government contract so that anybody can bid on them. And per law, as a government official, you're supposed to look for the lowest bid. Well, she gave the contract to a company that opened up only 8 days prior to her awarding the bid. And then once you track through it, it comes up that company is actually the company owned by the husband of one of her staffers. And then people are asking also, like, did President Trump know that you were going to do this $200 million in commercials and all that? And she's like, yeah. He completely knew about that. And Trump basically threw her under the bus. Like, I don't know what the bitch talking about. I didn't tell her she can do that. And so you had that happen. And then you had a $200 million plane that she had, Gulfstream plane with a bed on the plane, that she was in hot water for that also. And then hold on, let me find this other clip. I see your face. You're like, whoa, what did I miss? Shit, but hold on, where's the other one? I gotta show you this clip. Hopefully I can find the right one. Oh, I forgot I had this. Let me show you this. That was on TikTok. Not TikTok, but what is this? So this is a couple of inconvenient things about Kristi Noem. It's kind of interesting. Some of the pictures they have of Kristi Noem are her pre-surgery pictures, which makes it even funnier. Because you can see her like transformation she did to try to be a Trump girl. But so the first picture is Governor Kristi Noem and her friend Rocky Hayes, who was arrested last year for possessing videos depicting children being Ard. The second picture is Governor Kristi Noem and Joe Koskin, a former South Dakota legislative candidate who pled guilty to 2 counts of incest involving a family member. Ard his teenage daughter, and accused of sexual grooming. The third picture is Kristi Noem and her close friend Denny Sanford, who has, child porn found in an email account linked to him. So,
Ghouls, all of them ghouls.
Yeah, this is the type of circles that she's swimming in.
God,
yeah,
and they just don't look real.
Yeah, these are the people she hanging out with. But what caused her probably the most embarrassment? This is like halfway through her transition. You see her starting to grow the hair out. She had already started injecting the cheeks a little. She hadn't started doing whatever the hell she's been doing with her eyes. And then this is before she started to do the lips. But okay, so let me
lips first.
Yeah, but she went backwards. She went backwards. So the other one, hopefully I can find it because I loaded so many clips in here. It's like it was. Let's see, open up, and is this the right one? I think I probably should open all this before start.
Hey man, I gotta hop off for now.
Okay, but I guess I'll just say what the last part was, and then your thoughts on it.
And the federal government is moving closer to giving your
sorry.
the authority to determine whether you're allowed to drive.
That's playing.
Thinks you are impaired. We turn now to automotive expert.
Oh, well.
Founder of CarCoach.
Damn it! Why is it still playing?
To explain what's happening inside today's vehicle, Laura.
Yeah. So I guess give me your last thoughts total on the couple of different topics. I want to get you on the record your word before you take off.
Well, I got this. I was on antiwar.com and they have an Iran cost ticker.com. It's like tallying up everything. $11,000 per second, $42 million an hour, $1 billion a day.
Ooh.
It's like tracking it in real time. It's pretty cool. Well, it's not.
Can you send that to me? That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll just y'all show on last Sunday was I was listening to it at the gym today, catching up. I didn't know the UK they don't make toilet paper. You were saying,
yeah,
they import all their toilet paper.
That became like something that it caught my attention when Brexit was going on.
Sheesh, man, yeah, I had no idea.
I was like, that's a pretty wild statistic.
That's all I got now, but I'll definitely finish our show.
Yeah, can you plug everywhere that people can find you before you take off?
Yeah, man, I'm streaming video games and film reviews and doing some book readings, some news headlines on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch. I'm on Instagram as well, but I don't stream there. The multi-streaming thing's crazy. Maybe I can figure out how to stream there at the same time. But
I can teach you because I do mine. I double up on mine.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
I'll connect y'all together so you can help them out.
That sounds great. Yeah, let me know. But
all right. Yeah, I appreciate you you dropping in.
Hell yeah.
All right. Keep spitting truth, guys. Don't hold back.
Definitely not.
All right.
Take care.
Later, guys. Bye.
Let's see. I guess Nino wanted to come up too. Let's see. Let me put a link out there for. But you've been hearing about this Kristi Noem stuff?
Yeah, I heard that Trump was tired of her punk ass and was like, "Oh, we got to get rid of this lady. She fucking us up."
I've heard also that Pete Hegseth might be on his way out too. Eventually,
It's gonna take a look. He can't lose everybody. Not in the same week. I mean, no matter he wants to, most likely.
no, he probably won't to because he's like, you idiot, you are fucking shit up.
Baby, who you telling? I want to fire every person that works for me too. Shit. I get it. I want to get on my damn nerves. But you can't. You can't do that.
There we go. So I put the link out there for you. And let me try to find that clip because you saw it, right?
Which clip?
When she's getting drilled on let's see, is this the right one? Nope, that's not the right one. Sorry, keep pulling up the wrong clips.
And the federal government is moving closer to giving your car the authority to determine whether you're allowed to drive. It thinks you are impaired.
That's obviously for another story. Pretty crazy story, but let me find. Is it this one? I'm sorry, I'm playing like whack-a-mole. Here, can you take over for a minute while I try to figure this out?
Yeah, for sure. Do your thing.
All right.
So just for future reference, definitely going to be speaking about the Warner Brother merger and all that's going on with that. Because that in itself is insane. And I just really want to talk about, how in all, our freedom of speech and our way of communicating is going to be, taken all the way away from us, and we're just slowly watching it happen. We're still in World War III. Wow. Can't believe that's still happening. I really can't believe we're still in World War III. I can't believe we started it and then tried to say that we didn't start it, but we definitely started it. That shit was crazy. I ain't never seen somebody get caught so bad in a lie and everybody's like, damn, that's crazy. And they still let the shit happen. Like, what? We got caught in that lie. And everybody's like, yeah, we got caught in that lie, but go Eagles. What the fuck? Wait a minute. No, not go Eagles. We started a war. We ain't had no business starting. I keep telling y'all, I've been saying this for years. How long I've been on the show? A year now, probably. I've been telling y'all, we mind the business that don't pay us. And here we are, minding the business that don't fucking pay us, all to turn around. And now we caught in some bullshit. And then I be trying to figure out, like, Algeries, like, I've been trying to fucking hear they fucking news, but that goes into the, like, storyline that I have when it comes to our fucking goddamn communications.
Did you say Algeries? You done made the channel black.
Yes.
Algeries.
Yes. I pronounce Pokemon names black. Okay. There are black Pokemons. Y'all may pronounce it this way. No, that's Claude. We're gonna name that man Claude. But yeah, I've been trying to watch Algeries. Yes, it's better than me saying Algero News, because that really got people letting pennies in the bunch. So it's Algeries. But I've been just paying attention to other things, like, for instance, what the fuck did I just the Maldives are saying they're not allowing Israelis into their community. I had to go search that shit up. They did change their travel policies and stuff. But, like, you can't fucking Google what you want to Google anymore. You can't fact check any fucking more. Like, and then they said, oh, we only lost about 7 people. You telling me they only blew up 7 American people?
That's one thing that's been frustrating me to high hell. I mean, I'll bring it up in a second, but I found the clip. So if you have not seen this clip, you need to see it too. I was like, I heard this while I was at work, And I stopped typing and I turned around, my mouth like wide open, like, I can't believe she just asked her that. Just wow, she just really went there. But here it is. And I'm pretty sure some of y'all have already seen this, but for those who haven't, enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary, for joining us. Finally, you are in charge of protecting the homeland. And so your judgment and the judgment of your senior staff can be the difference between life and death. So I think that judgment would need to be unassailable. Why then, is the question, have you made Corey Lewandowski your de facto chief of staff who possesses an unchecked level of power at DHS? Under your leadership, this person has done things like fire your FEMA administrator while sitting behind your desk, which is your job to do, lobby to build the controversial detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, which has turned into a legal boondoggle costing Florida millions, and have veto and reviewing and signing power over large DHS contracts and grants, which again is your job. DHS has critical agency components like the Secret Service, FEMA, Border Patrol, cybersecurity. So does Corey Lewandowski have national security experience, military experience, law enforcement experience? No. He is a lobbyist, a failed campaign manager, which is causing my constituents who are waiting for their FEMA dollars and me to wonder what are his qualifications for this job. So according to the Wall Street Journal, you and Mr. L have a close relationship that has made President Trump, quote, uncomfortable. The president reportedly denounced Corey Lewandowski as your chief of staff due to reports of a romantic relationship between the two of you. So instead, you designated him as a special government and employee, a position he has had well beyond the allowed 130 days and requires him to disclose if he is making money off of his position. Trump knows that this guy is shady. Corey has a decades-long record of physical battery, sexual harassment, illegal lobbying for a Venezuelan oil company, and bringing a loaded gun into a federal building. Despite being fired or removed from virtually every position he has ever held due to misconduct, he now wields unchecked, unconfirmed, undisclosed power over your department. This person has no experience running anything close to Department of Homeland Security or even advising someone in your position. He is unqualified, which again has left my constituents and I wondering why he is your top official. So Secretary Noem, at any time during your tenure as Director of Department of Homeland Security, have you had sexual relations with Corey Lewandowski?
Mr. Chairman, I am shocked that we're going down and peddling tabloid garbage in this committee today.
Reclaiming
and
my
ma'am,
time.
one thing that I would tell you is that he is a special government employee who works for the White House. There are thousands of them in the federal government.
So reclaiming
and
my
is an
time,
advisor
Secretary, it is
and has
okay for
no,
you to be
no
offended
authority
by
to
the
be
question.
making any
It is
decisions.
okay for you to
has
be
no
offended
authority
by the
to
question.
be making
But it is
decisions
also a
and putting
real
up your
question.
position. So what I would say
And
to
you should be able to
is
answer
that
the
what we do at the Department of Homeland
clearly
Security every single
and without
day,
any hesitation.
every single day is to protect
If
this
someone
country
is
and to
asking
make
if
decisions.
you or any federal official is sleeping with their subordinate, that should
I
be
have-
the easiest. You should be wanting to answer that question.
Is garbage?
Because it is not about
It is
your sex
offensive
life.
that you have brought
It is
that up.
about your
So
judgment.
that kind of garbage
It is
has
about
been refuted
reclaiming
for
my
years,
time so
and
that
you
I
need
can
to
hear myself.
recognize-
Time belongs to the gentlelady from California, but it'd be nice if you would let her respond.
I will. I want to let you know it is about your judgment and decision-making. It is about the 260,000 employees that work under you that want to make sure that you are giving information and making decisions clearly. It is about conflict of interest. It is about a national security risk. Department of Homeland Security was created right after 9/11 to protect the homeland. and DHS has circulated an internal bulletin to law enforcement partners warning that the conflict of the war we're in could inspire lone actors or small-scale cyber activity inside the United States, according to a memo obtained by ABC News. So American lives are at risk. The people who work for you are at risk. And they want to know that the person at the top, you, are making decisions clearly without any sort of cloudiness, and that they're your decisions because you're the secretary who was confirmed. That's what this is about. Saving the lives of Americans and not costing them millions of dollars, and not having a secretary who's compromised in her decision-making. And Mr. Chair, before I yield my time, I would like to enter into the record some articles, and I'm asking for unanimous consent. Noem tightens her grip on DHS. Lewandowski fired FEMA admin.
Without objection.
Okay. The next one is Kristi Noem secretly took a cut of political donations from ProPublica.
Without objection.
Kristi Noem fires pilot over a blanket, but is forced to reinstate him to fly home. Wall Street Journal.
Without objection.
Lewandowski taking out trash at Noem's D.C. home. Daily Beast.
Without objection.
Barbie's Mile High privacy chamber with alleged lever exposed. Wall Street Journal. How Corey Lewandowski became Kristi Noem's gatekeeper at DHS.
Without objection.
A pilot fired over Kristi Noem's missing blanket and the constant chaos inside DHS.
Without
Wall
objection.
Street Journal. Police charged Trump campaign manager with assault. PBS News.
Without objection.
Woman who accused Corey Lewandowski of assault speaks out. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. CBS News. Lewandowski's firm quietly inked deal with Venezuela-owned company Politico.
Without objection.
List of U.S. cities raising security amid Iran conflict. Newsweek.
Without objection.
Kristi Noem, I have a few more, I'm sorry. Kristi Noem misled Congress yesterday about top aides' role in DHS contracts.
Without objection.
Policy number 10271 from ICE, it is an anti-fraternization.
So
That's hard to fucking watch.
you said what?
That's hard to fucking watch. Jesus Christ.
She brutalized her. Remember that? Remember them old like fight games that you had on like the what was it, Super Nintendo or something or whatever?
Hell yeah.
PlayStation 2. She hit like a 64 hit combo on her.
She did. And no
I was
blocking.
like, God, that's unnecessary. I mean, that's
No
a
blocking.
multiple flagrant fouls on the play.
Damn.
Yeah. How do you respond to that?
You can't come back from that, bro. You really can't. You stuck like Chuck. That's like if somebody put you in the corner on Mortal Kombat, just kept hitting you.
Oh, and just to add a little bit of context to that, her husband was there too.
Damn, and they know you out here fucking and sucking, girl.
Mm-hmm. That was on top, pun intended, of the airplane which they fly back and forth on, which has a bed.
Ooh, it has a bed. And that's because
Yeah.
I need to sleep. Yeah, all right, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sleeping with who this week?
Yeah, and welcome to the stage. We have Abby Dew in the building. What's up, Abby?
What's up, young Morpheus? Hi,
What's up,
Tim.
Abby?
Always
How y'all
good to see you.
doing?
Not
Doing
bad.
good.
So are they smashing or what?
They got
Yeah.
gotta be.
Yeah. That's
If
That's
that
the open
conversation
secret.
if that shit went on in the HR department of Walmart, y'all know what time it is. That's a work husband. Y'all can talk to whoever else you want to talk. That's a work husband, girl.
that's past the work husband because they actually doing shit.
Yeah, they got a whole bed and the jet and everything.
That's
And
like
she-
them using the mattresses in the back of the Walmart before they put them out on the floor.
And then she trying to pass it off as a deportation jet. Girl,
Eh.
ain't nobody you deporting getting treated that nice.
You cannot tell me that contract that no bid contract that she gave out to one of her staffers' husband, that she didn't get a kickback from that. 200 million. Man, you need to check this bitch's Cayman Island accounts.
For real.
I bet you Kristi Noem is probably sitting on an easy 75 million offshore. She said, you know what? I already know after this Trump administration, I'm never getting another job in politics.
No.
So I better make sure I get mine while I can.
And when that lady was she was doing those articles, I said, you need to slam them damn articles down like you playing spades.
Cause that's what it was. She had nothing but big jokers, double deuces. I don't know. She had the wildest hand ever. She carried.
She like, I'm about to run a Boston on this bitch.
Yeah, she had all the books. Don't even worry about it, B-Dog. I got you. Big Joker. This article, New York Times, cool. Big Deuce, cool.
Right. Run it up.
Oh, y'all ain't got no more spades? Okay, here's 5 of spades.
Here's 5 back
4,
to back.
3, 2. Hell, that's what she slapped her all over. And I honestly would need to find out more research on who this lady is, because she need to be at all of these. Because I want to see what the hell she said to Pam Bondi. Because
for real,
you already know if Trump loses the whatchamacallit, he loses midterms, it's about to be some people going to jail.
I hope Pam the first one. I can't stand that bitch.
I think half the Trump administration, I don't say this just because I got some TDS. I truly feel like by just looking at like just sheer amounts, this is by far the most corrupt administration we have seen in a lifetime.
Yeah, this is putting Reagan shit like in the dirt.
Yeah,
not Reagan. Was it Nixon? This is putting Nixon's this is putting Nixon's dick in the dirt. If we just gonna be tricky, Dicky got put in the dirt with this one like that.
Nixon
that
is the equivalent. He's the equivalent of a little kid grabbing some candy off the table.
Something like Watergate was actually a scandal.
Yeah.
Like how? Like where are our standards? Are we just? Are we in hell?
We gotta be.
Please, somebody tell me.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
I mean, I'm looking at this administration. It can't be real. I mean, you literally have just Noem alone is accused of more fraud than probably.
I can't hear Morpheus, so I'm gonna have to leave and come back.
Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm saying that right now, she has been accused of more fraud than probably 3 or 4 administrations by themselves. And this is on top of Congress, which is already basically dirty. So you managed to be more corrupt than an openly corrupt system? Like, God damn. What's up, Mike?
What's up? How's it going?
Hello,
doing all right.
The back. I'm sorry. I'm a whore
He's
for
like,
dogs.
he's like, what y'all doing?
Hey, baby, you knew I was talking to you.
He's like, let me come on down here.
Yes. He said, oh, me? You want me on camera? Yes, Sugarfoot.
I just finished feeding.
My mama said that too.
I love
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey.
Just another day in paradise called America. Yeah.
So what's your thoughts on this?
Dog, look. Okay, the fact
Yonina
that
in the building.
Hey, Yoni. Hey, yo. The fact that they even read this girl for filth and they were still like, well, you got to give her a chance to speak. No, we ain't got to give that bitch shit. She didn't answer the question I asked. Fuck her. I asked her, is you is or is you ain't fucking your peoples?
Y'all smashing or what?
If that's all I needed to know. Okay. Yeah, that's a no. That should be a 0.3 millisecond no. I don't need a fucking paragraph because I live by the right. If I ask a man anything, hey, is you fucking that girl you called your cousin, and you start giving me a whole breakdown of your family tree and how I need to be knowing where exactly she is, I don't need that. I don't give a damn. Because is you smashing or no? That's it.
Because she never said no.
She never said no. She started talking about the freedom of people that she don't even really give a fuck about.
This is ridiculous. Oh.
That's how I know. And everybody knows. Everybody knows. Oh, as soon as you hit that shit, oh yeah, you fucking.
Are we really going to entertain this?
That's you fucking.
She said define is. She hit us with the Bill Clinton.
Y'all, And can't nobody hit the bill like Bill. Okay, let's talk about. I just got to take a sidebar and be like, I know everybody's seen Bill when he was on his little, Epstein, talking that shit. Did y'all see how wild Bill was looking at them pictures? Okay, Bill was looking at them pictures like he was having flashbacks, y'all. He went back to 96. Okay, he was like, hold on. Did you see his lawyer had to take him away? He was like, wait a minute, bitch. Hold on, let me see it again. Hold on. And he looked like, come on now. Can't nobody do Bill like Bill. First off. So Kristi, you not Bill, baby. It's not gonna fly. And when the shit hit the fan and when everybody start losing their jobs, because these midterms ain't gonna go how he probably think. But then again, who fucking knows?
It ain't gonna just be people losing jobs. I'm telling you, it's people that's gonna go to jail.
Baby, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the government to take their hand because y'all think the government is God. Okay, they think that the government is God keeping them safe. When the government take their hand up off of you, ooh, baby, when them people get to touch you, I'm just waiting for the guillotines to come back. French Revolution 2026 in America. Let's start taking these niggas the fuck up out their goddamn positions and dragging their asses in the street. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for us to build a makeshift guillotine. I mean, the way that the common people working these days, we'll make a good one. And it's time to string them up and line them up. Let's go. At the end all be all, I'm waiting for the government to take their hand off of them. When they don't have that same security, when they ain't got the same people sitting outside their house making sure they make it home safe. Nah, we need to catch them on the way to you, Crops. Like my bae up in New York caught that one insurance guy. By the way, where's Luigi? Where's Luigi?
You're probably walking around free somewhere right now.
Look, and where's Nancy? Have we not found Nancy yet?
No, she's still out there. No, Guthrie.
I thought you were saying Nancy Pelosi is missing. Oh no.
What's the lady?
Who's Nancy?
Savannah Guthrie, the morning show host.
Her
mama been missing for the longest.
And her brother, I don't know. Something seemed fishy about that. Her brother was sitting there looking sus to me.
Hey, most of the time when somebody get taken out, family's the first people you need to look at.
Yep.
Yeah, they showed the video of them going into the house or whatever, and they're like, wait a minute, this man know where the key is. You know how some people leave an extra key.
Yeah. He knew where it's under
he
the
went.
rock.
He
It's
went
always
straight
under the
to
rock.
it. He didn't even try to look around a little bit.
I'm saying that
don't look right.
Hey, if it ain't family, it's somebody you know. It's somebody you know.
Unfortunately.
So, I mean, it's just kind of how it is. I mean, even if it's not somebody who's like close, when some shit happened to you, like your house got broken into or whatever, you more than likely know the person, even if it's just somebody who passed through briefly. You had like somebody come in to install, your cable. That person could have been the person who was doing hospice on your grandfather. She didn't went and told somebody, hey, they got some nice shit over there. I mean, most of the time that's how it ain't some random person from all the way across the other side of town who just moseys into your house and decides to steal something or attack you.
That's a good point.
It's a lot higher risk.
He's back.
Who you're fucking with.
Yeah, and most times thieves they go for the easiest target, path of least resistance.
Which is why the poor pick on the poor.
Missing from the house, though. That's the thing. They didn't find anything missing, and it's like how, it's almost like the scene that was set up for them to do the investigation to find the stuff that they found in the first place. Like they said, there was like a bullet casing that they found and some other stuff. So that and the fact that Savannah Guthrie was covering the Epstein case and Trump's involvement in it is really suspect to me, Yeah.
Well, here's another thing. I got to throw this out there just because you said, well, nothing was missing. Nothing was missing that we know of.
True.
Because sometimes people be having stuff and they like, Can't nobody know that we had this shit in the house at all.
I got some
Nina,
stuff like that.
would
Yeah.
would you mind muting when you're not talking? Because it's like this noise, like white noise or something.
It might be my
Yeah.
fan. Hold on. Let me see.
Oh,
No,
maybe
that's
it's
me. That's me. Hold on. Let me turn it off.
yeah. Just when you're talking, I don't hear it anymore. It's only when you're not talking.
Yeah, so I mean, that's what I'm saying. Perfect example. One of my favorite movies was it Inside Man. Remember with Denzel? They trying to figure out, okay, we had this robbery. Okay, what was stolen? The bank says nothing stolen, but when you find out, no, he had a whole nother safety deposit box that wasn't on the record that had a whole bunch of stuff that he didn't want nobody knowing about. Had I don't know. Have y'all seen that movie?
No, I haven't.
Basically, what was in that box was old stuff from it was stuff going back from the Holocaust. And so it was diamonds and stuff. It was diamonds that, you know, that the National Socialists of Germany took away from people. And he had it in a safety deposit box, rings and all kind of stuff.
I was going to say Schindler's List, but I know you ain't talking about that.
No. I mean, it's basically the same concept. The stuff that they took off of those people who would have been on Schindler's List. Some rich guy who started a bank once he got into America. Basically, he had a bunch of Jewish people as his clients. And he was in Germany at the time. But instead of disclosing, you know, he just took their stuff and let them be, you know, taken off the map and you know,
like
politer words.
I guess they could. Yeah, I guess they couldn't do like a Philadelphia move, dropping a bomb on the house. They couldn't do a John McAfee.
The reason I keep referencing Rothschild is because once they got all of their the people who were on the actual Britannica, which is what the Titanic was named after, which actually there was a book written about the Britannica accident 10 years before it happened, and the name of the book was the Titanic. So after they got all their riches in their bank, the Rothschild Bank, there was a what do you call it? A warning put out in an ad, in a news article, and they said don't get onto the Britannica on its maiden voyage, and not everybody saw that ad, but the Jews saw that ad. And they weren't on the Britannica when it sank.
Somebody got a baby?
Sounds like a cat.
Is that a cat?
That's like a cat.
He's trying to tell you
Can
something.
we see the cat? Oh. Oh.
Unhand me, human.
She's like, I'm trying to tell you I'm hungry. I'm not trying to show off for your friends.
I feed her all day. She's got all type of treats, wet treats, dry treats. She actually got 2 boxes of wet treats this month because there was one that I ordered from Amazon, and then I went to Walmart and saw that was the other one that in Walmart that got all the treats that she actually liked. So now she got 2 boxes of wet treats. She got a whole thing of Cheetos sitting right here. This cat eats Cheetos.
My cat ate Cheetos too, the puffy ones.
She not hungry. She's a big baby. She literally mad at me because I'm not laying down cuddling with her. And she stopped crying, as you can see.
Nina, I want to show you something so cute.
As soon as I put her down, she gonna be mad because I gotta put her down to show y'all what I got. Hold on. I know, yeah.
Oh, she didn't run up, Michael.
She's there. She's behind me here.
Bella.
Right there. Bella. Not.
Here she comes.
You're a little too quiet for her.
Hi, Bella.
Hey, girl.
I hear people calling me.
Why did they have to put this? Okay, I almost got it.
Hold on a second, everybody.
Okay. About when you said Reagan earlier, you right, because everybody forget it with Reagan. It was the Ollie North incident with Iran Contra. That was a scandal too. So
Appreciate it.
So interesting that Epstein's involved in the Iran Contra. I haven't quite looked into. I briefly looked into a little bit, but he seems to have potentially been involved
everybody
with.
look at the screen.
Epstein seems to have been involved with actually like trafficking Chinese weapons in the Iran Contra affair, which was interesting to me. I hadn't delved into.
What's that book?
It's Epstein's Secret Black Books.
What's the like? Can you read the back of it?
Sure. I'm going to read the back of it. The Secret Black Books and More from the disgraced financier and accused sex trafficker Jeffrey Epstein. Contained in this 265-page book are two address books from convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, revealing his network of associates, which include politicians, academics, celebrities, and royalty. Also included is a leaked house manual for employees of Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach mansion. Black Book number 1 contains names, addresses, and phone books of over 1,500 Epstein associates. The Black Book was first revealed in court after Epstein's former Palm Beach, Florida house manager Alfredo Rodriguez attempted to sell it to an attorney representing an Epstein accuser in 2009. Black Book 2 contains 349 names and offers a glimpse into the late sex offender's circle a decade before the period covered by Black Book 1. More than 200 names listed in the book did not appear in Epstein's later address book. Prominent names include Morgan Fairchild, Susan Urquhart, Carl Icahn, John A. Casimidis, Sandy Warner, and Martin Perez. Epstein's Palm Beach Mansion House Manual. This is the 56-page Epstein Palm Beach House Manual that was made public in sex trafficking case against close Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. In this manual is dated February 14, 2005, and this details strict protocol for house staff. These 3 documents offer a rare and exclusive look inside the secretive world of accused sex trafficker and enigmatic financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Have you guys seen that Congress just passed a bill that says that their sexual exploits or whatever cannot be public news?
Not only that, there's a slush fund in Congress in their coffers to pay off their accusers for sexual crimes.
It's amazing how this is all public knowledge and there's no revolution, no revolt. Ridiculous.
From the taxpayers' dollars, yes. And it counts into the billions, yes. That's why I say all this fake Epstein outrage is pissing me off. Because people like me have been dedicated for a decade in research, over a decade, researching this stuff. And we've been called conspiracy. They're still calling people who accused Epstein as conspiracy theorists. There's a document that just came out about a woman who was a little girl who accused Trump of sexually abusing her, and he didn't like the fact that she was a boy girl, which means she was a tomboy. And she said in the document, he said, "Let me teach you how little girls should act." And he pulled out his member and he put it in her mouth, and she bit it, and he hit her. That document just came out.
Those were the files that were like they noticed a block of missing files. I don't know why every time we talk it starts getting staticky.
And the block of missing files are in between 2000 and 2001. I wonder what happened in 2001.
Oh, can I start my shit? Because I'm ready to start my shit about communication now.
Go ahead.
All right. 2001. We got the Patriot Act. You don't need how many to your mic though. Thank you, Boogie.
Is it hard to hear? Yeah.
So, 2001, 9/11, whoop-de-doo, right? Boom, right after that, we got the Patriot Act, right? And Abby and Mike, make sure I'm staying chronologically correct, please. So, boom, we got the Patriot Act. That was the beginning of them taking away our low-key freedom of speech that we really never had in the first fucking place. Boom. So now we got the Patriot Act. They started censoring what we could and could not say, or how things were being said and how things were being perceived, correct?
Mm-hmm.
After that, we got LifeLog from the Pentagon,
Well,
correct?
we got the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, thank you. Department of Homeland Security, which was also monitoring what we could and could not say, or what we could or could not read, or in other news. Because I don't know if you ever noticed, right after that, Homeland Security, we stopped seeing news channels from other countries, correct?
Mm.
Ooh, right, Abby? Correct?
Yeah, it diminished down to only. It got to a point where only we had RT and Sputnik that was still here, but eventually they kicked them out too.
Right?
And then remember the NSA came up around this time, and with the thing with the Operation Mockingbird was found out about this time as well. Remember that too.
So now they got us down from being able to see everybody's news to us getting Telemundo only. Okay, we can watch the novellas, but we couldn't watch.
I forgot Al Jazeera English, which is basically controlled also.
Yeah, Al Jazeera, you heard me.
That's another thing. All the news organizations all over the world was set up by America, by the way.
So now,
even in Britain, kind of, but they already had their own thing going on. But yeah, go ahead.
So now, post that, we got LifeLog, right? LifeLog is in play up until 2004 when Facebook starts. And I don't know if y'all just saw Sam Tripoli drop that bomb on everything, but I really love Sam Tripoli. I love him to death, but he did bring up that one, and I had to go down a deep, dark rabbit hole, and I did do my research in reference to that. The LifeLog and Facebook started at the same fucking time. One ended, and the other one picked up.
I want to, can I interject for 1 second?
Yes, love.
Just because I'm thinking about how Facebook, when it first started, it was, you know how they had like community standards, and they would put you on in Facebook jail and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That is completely over. You could say whatever the fuck you want to say on Facebook.
Yes, right?
Now, they did it on purpose, right?
Yes, they did.
But I didn't want to derail your timeline. I just wanted to mention that part.
We're going to get there because that's one of my biggest things because I get banned from
either.
so much. What was that?
Saying you also can't post news on Facebook for
Talk
some reason.
about
You can say whatever you want.
Right.
You can't
there
post
we go.
news.
Thank you. That's where I'm getting to. So boom, now we got LifeLog ends, Facebook starts. And I don't know if anybody remembers old Facebook. Now, yes, Facebook used to put you in Facebook jail, but that didn't start until after 2010, 2011. I'm talking about 04 to 09. From the time that Facebook started to 2009, they did the biggest sweep of getting everybody put into the system. Okay?
Yeah, only thing, if I can throw in this one part, the only thing that would get you booted off of any platform at that time was if you glorify, you know, the man with the little mustache, or if you talked any conspiracies about 9/11.
Yes, that was it. So I graduated high school in 09 because Facebook had a clause where you were not allowed to be on it unless you were of a certain age. I had to lie about my age to get a Facebook account before I was supposed to have it. You're
Now,
not
when it
allowed.
first started, you had to be a member of a college. You had to
A
put your
college.
college
There we
ID.
go. You had to be in college to have it. I wasn't in college until 2009, but I had a Facebook in 2006 because it took over and it took away from MySpace. Okay. So boom, now it's 2004 to 2009. I've had a Facebook for all of 3 years. Now I'm in college. Now I'm utilizing it in the means of which they want you to do. It's only supposed to be taking pictures of you being drunk at the fucking frat parties. It's supposed to be the way that you talk to somebody if you're missing a fucking term paper, XYZ, right? But then they fucking switched it. And about 2012 is when it switched. It became more of a family-oriented thing. Now they want to see pictures of your family. Now they want to see pictures of your kids. My friends are getting married. They're graduating college. They're putting up their engagements. They're taking pictures of everything else. It was not Instagram. It was Facebook. You posted your shit for LinkedIn. That was your LinkedIn shit back in the day before LinkedIn even came, was your Facebook. Okay?
Yeah, because I got on around 2008, 2009.
And it was not what it is today.
Oh yeah, I've watched it change, just like you're saying. Every
So
iteration, I've watched it be kind of more college centered, and then I've watched it go to, okay, now we're going to start
Social.
making it more family and more social platform, and then it start getting political.
There we go. So now we're pivoting into a more social era. Now I remember during this time, boom, our boy Obama was back on his political game. Heavy as a bitch. And that's all Facebook was plastered with. Then it started taking the left turn and becoming more of a political landscape of who you will and won't vote for. Because don't you remember around that time? That's around the time you started having splits between households.
Well, yeah, because at first you had you had a lot of people who leaned left of center to like communists, who were the only people who were politically really engaged on there. You had a very, very small contingent of people to the right. And then all of a sudden it was an explosion of people from the right that hopped on there, and it got super divided real fast around, I want to say 2012.
Well, there's also, you're saying 2009, there's the great 2008 crash.
Sorry, before that, 2010 with the Tea Party, rise of the Tea Party.
And I'm wondering when Twitter.
What did you say before that, Michael?
I was just saying, you're talking about Facebook changing around 2009, 2010. There's also the big 2008 crash likely had a big effect on how they're restructuring things.
Well, that's why it was more a leftist. It was more of a left swing, because you had a lot of people who were college age who were talking about a lot of the they were more on the Occupy Wall Street side. And so that's why it took this real heavy left wing spin, because more of these college students were affected by it.
Yeah, and then I was wondering about Twitter. Where does that start in all this?
Twitter start coming about once it started getting to the point where you could get kicked off every 5 minutes. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Teal. When it started getting to that point, and it started getting to people like, because once the Tea Party type people came on there, like the pre-Trumpers.
It wasn't until QAnon, Twitter and QAnon.
Yeah.
That's when it started. So we're getting to that, but that's later in my timeline. Let me finish thinking and we'll get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forget.
Yeah, it's about 2015. It's about, I'm getting there because it's like almost around like Obama's like the other election.
Second term.
Time. Yeah, it's about his second term.
Let her cook.
Is when we're going to start bringing in Twitter and Instagram, because those other two, Twitter and Instagram, changed around that time too. So hold on. So boom. Now sidebar. During this time, I am a corporate chef, and I'm working for different corporate entities at this time. Okay, I just started getting into my bag about corporate entities. I learned about Oracle. All right. So Oracle started bagging in all of these fucking government contracts. After 9/11.
Yep.
Keep that in mind. All right. So your left hand hold up a fist and hold Oracle over here in 2001, and just understand that they are on the outside portion of everything that I'm saying. Okay. Boom. So let's get back to the timeline. Let's get back to social shit. So boom, the Facebook movie drops. Everybody sees it. They're like, oh my God, Facebook. Stocks go fucking flying for them. Okay? More people start flooding this shit. This was also our first means to actually communicate at around 2012 to 2015 with other entities across the world, because at one point in time, you couldn't talk to somebody somewhere else on Facebook. You could only talk to your select circle of people. Who were your friends? And that was it. That was a big thing, your friends and your connections. Now, after the second term, we're getting more political. We have the Tea Parties coming up. We have the Libertarians popping out. We have the non-voting, us.
The Green Parties.
The Green Parties, everybody. Okay?
Yeah.
Now we're all go ahead.
And when you started having more of those bands, that's what led to a big chunk of those people, more of them left of center, who would have been the so-called progressives and stuff like that. That's when they all started fleeing to Twitter.
Yes.
Because
So once they start, go ahead, Abby. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, because they would put you on timeout for so long, and you get frustrated, so you start moving to these other social sites.
Yeah, it started becoming, and so the QAnon type people, they started moving to the 4chans and the 8chans and stuff like that. Whereas the progressive and the kind of, I would say the Democrats to the progressive to the Democratic Socialists, those type of people all started flooding over to Twitter.
And Jeffrey Epstein had a hand in all of that. He had a hand in Facebook getting started. He had a hand in Twitter getting started. He had a hand in 4chan getting started, and QAnon. He had a hand in that getting started too.
No doubt. We're just giving timelines though. But that's when you started to have Facebook started to get a little bit more right wing, and a lot of the people who wasn't to the right on there, they stopped giving their political opinions on there completely, and you would only kind of hear more of a right slant, and then they would hop over to the Twitter, and that's where all political discussion was kind of going on, because then you start having politicians and stuff globally. And honestly, that global push from Twitter is what opened Facebook up to trying to replicate that same formula. And that's how it started being open. But sorry, back to Teal. Sorry.
So at that time, Oracle started dropping this thing called 10G, which stood for 10 grid. Okay, which pretty much was, hey, we're going to put all these servers together. Okay. And we're going to make it so that if one business doesn't use all of their RAM, we can give it to another business free of charge. Okay. Resource pooling based off of the servers. That's what Oracle was doing in the background. And that left fist of yours, that's what they're doing in the background.
I think they started with Watson though.
No, I'm just talking about Oracle. I'm just talking about Oracle as a whole. I'm talking about just that corporation. Because I'm about to weave them back into everything that we have going on today.
Okay? Yeah, because Oracle wasn't on the forefront of anything.
They weren't.
They hopped on it, because I used to wonder for the longest. Oracle's this giant company. What the hell do they even do?
What do they do?
Yes, and this is what I'm trying to show you, what the fuck they were doing in the darkness. Okay, so that's 2008. They started it in 2003. It launched in 2008. It started working well in 2010. Do you see the timelines now? Okay, let's keep it pushing. Okay, that's Oracle. Okay, so they started that, and they acquired They required Sun Microsystems. Okay, they started getting into hardware in 2010. Now let's keep going. Their 10G grid upgraded to 12 in 2018, but we're gonna hold that. We're gonna hold that thought over in the side. So now we got Twitter popping, and now we got Instagram popping. Okay.
Oh, don't forget, at that same time, around what you say 2010, around that same time is when they start getting most of their giant government contracts.
Yes.
But sorry, back to you.
So Oracle is starting to bank in on their monies in 2010. We're just going to hold them at 2010. They banking in on this money. We got Instagram popping now. Instagram with its own entity. That was the picture thing. I loved Instagram. Okay. There was no that nobody was being held accountable on Instagram, baby. You could see everything on Instagram, okay? You could see everything on Twitter at this time. Facebook had Facebook jail. On the sidebar for the underground kids, we had Tumblr. Anybody remember Tumblr?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, Tumblr
Yeah.
went by the
Well,
wayside.
Tumblr and Vines.
Tumblr, they both they go by the wayside, Abby, or did they get pushed out?
Well,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Those were the you could not regulate Tumblr. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. You could not regulate Tumblr at all whatsoever. There was no way that you were putting any stipulations on it. They put stipulations on it the same year they put stipulations on Instagram and they became merged. They put stipulations on Twitter the same year. Now
Don't forget Snapchat.
2015. We're not there at Snapchat yet. Snapchat
do you feel like
somewhere on
do you
here
feel
too.
like Pinterest got pushed out by Instagram?
Pinterest?
Yeah.
Pinterest was for the home wives, okay? That's still for the home wives. They changed that whole makeup because Pinterest is now on their Facebook too. Pinterest is part of Meta.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Oh
were you
yeah.
saying, Michael? What were you saying, Michael?
I was saying, I feel like TikTok's kind of being unmentioned in all this too.
Because we're
Well,
not there yet.
it
We're
didn't
in
exist.
2015.
You gotta let her cook.
You gotta let me
Yeah,
cook.
it was. It
Every time
wasn't.
I
It
stop,
wasn't.
y'all got it. I don't get farther in my timeline. We still in 2015 barely. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. TikTok wasn't really a factor in this quite yet.
Not yet.
It's
So
very interesting.
now we have all of these entities, these communication, these social entities, these ways that we can become a social quote unquote network. Sound familiar from that motherfucking movie?
Mm-hmm.
All of these things are webbing into a social network. Now we are webbed into the matrix, if you may say, since we're on the political matrix. We have Instagram, Pinterest. Pretty much everybody got the same memo of, hey, y'all, we Meta. My name is Facebook. Y'all can either get with us or get lost.
Mm-hmm.
At this time, Google is probably our biggest search engine because now they've gotten rid of Ask Jeeves, they've got rid of Bing, and they've got rid of Yahoo. You see how they monopolize how we search our things?
And
Yep.
Lycos. Who remembers Lycos?
Okay.
No dog.
Pat, hear me out. I hear you, Yona, but let me finish. So now we have none of our search engines are working anymore. Now we only have Google. Okay.
And DuckDuckGo.
And DuckDuckGo if you're really nasty with it, right? But but if we're thinking of this as a non-Green Party, not the entities that we are, the entities we're still trying to convert. Okay. If we think about it like them, all they have is Google. Yahoo is gone. AOL is gone. What happened to those discs we used to get in the mail? What happened to discs, period?
Oh, those AOL.
Yeah, remember they used to give you free internet? Now you pay for internet everywhere that you use it on. Your computer, your phone, you pay for it constantly now. Remember it used to be free? Get a good 30 minutes to test it out. We don't get it. We don't even get that anymore.
That was back in 94 though. 94, 95, I think.
Until 2001.
Yep, 2001. Yep,
They
until
stopped
2000.
giving out the discs in 2001 when the Patriot Act came.
Because once dial-up became like more accessible to more people, because they always give it to you free until they get more people on the system. Once they get enough people on the system, that's when they start charging for it.
Come on.
And then to combine with that, they start pushing more people onto the system after 2001.
Come on, I'm cooking with this one. I'm good at something about
Oh
technology.
yeah, you own
communication at this
you
one.
own. Yeah.
So boom, let's fast forward now. They sent out that letter in a sense, okay? That was like, hey, get with it or get lost. We lost all of our search engines. We lost all of our other internet providers. It started to dwindle down, and now it's became monopolized of who can give us our internet and who can utilize these servers, and who started getting more and more contracts. Oracle. Now more oracles are popping the fuck up everywhere. At first, they only gave a fuck about military installations. Now they care about normal people.
Mm-hmm.
Facebook bought Instagram. They are now part of the Meta. Facebook bought Pinterest. They are now part of the Meta. Any means in which you could have some form of free speech, they bought it. Even if it was deciding on if you wanted to, let me finish, please. Even if you just wanted to get a crochet pattern off of Pinterest, that's now Meta controlled, y'all. They gonna know what the fuck you crocheting this week and who you crocheting it for. Is it that family you took that picture of in 2010 and you posted on Facebook? Or what about that nice vacation you took and posted those pictures on Instagram in 2015? Oh, I also saw that you posted that you actually are a libertarian. You started searching these things on your Google. It all started to get connected. But we were too busy worrying about hope and everything else that was going on in the world. Now, let's fast forward. Tumblr gets knocked out the way. They said, Tumblr, you can't be here no more if you're not getting busy with the fucking criteria we want y'all to get busy on. Because you can see some wild shit on there. So where do those people funnel to? Twitter. I'm getting to where you're at, Michael. Okay? Now we're back funneled into Twitter because Twitter feels like a free speech space at this time. And you can also still look at porn. So people really thought it was cool over there. During this time.
Or Musk owned it too, right? When it was owned by Saudis or whoever else.
Yeah.
Well, no, the Saudis, when the Saudis got involved in that, they cut the porn part out.
I don't know
only
who owned
in
it
their
at
section.
the very beginning.
Only in their
It was
area.
only when it was Jack Dorsey that they were like, "Oh, we can't control everything that's on there." That's what he was the one that's saying that. The
But Jack
Saudis,
Dorsey didn't sell it until 2020 something.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But he didn't sell it. What he did is he took them on as additional investors. That's how the Saudis got involved.
And
so
their
it got to a point where he was only on the company by figurehead and name only.
So,
sorry, going back to you.
So now Instagram has the same criteria as Facebook. You can't post too much, can't have too much, can't say too much. I know this because I got banned off Instagram for 2 years. I was shadow banned for 2 years off
Girl,
Instagram.
what you did?
I was promoting during COVID. Now let's bring it up to the 20s. Now Oracle has already started with really started getting in their ass because by 2019 Oracle launched Oracle and an autonomous database. They organized and opened up in 2018 Oracle's autonomous database in 12C. 10G upgraded to 12C. During that time, we are now wondering about the 5G towers and them making sure that our immune systems are fucked up at this time. We are now dealing with COVID at this time. We are now being clocked if you say that natural immunity might be the way to go. I was a natural immunity motherfucker. I ain't even gonna hold you. I was a Reza Islam dick sucker because I thought that man was finer than dirt, okay? I didn't give a damn if that motherfucker told me to eat a piece of swine tomorrow with his Muslim ass. I would have ate a BLT, okay? So, because I promoted natural immunity and I happen to be a chef, not a cook, a chef. I went to school for nutrition. I'm hearing what these people are saying and I'm like, no, that's right. Every time I posted about it, I would get flagged. To the point that from 2019 till the beginning of 2022, I could not go live on Instagram. And because it was Meta, guess who else I couldn't go live on? Facebook. Hot damn. And guess what else? I couldn't search anything that had to deal with natural immunity, herbology, anything that had to do with apothecaries on Pinterest. I had to go to Twitter.
Yep.
I had to be there. Now we got MAGA fucks. We got QAnon fucks. We got all of these crazy things polluting Twitter where we can't even find our like-minded motherfuckers up there anymore, correct?
Right.
Because every 2 things is either somebody getting their cheeks clapped or it's somebody talking about some foolishness. In between.
On the left, on Twitter, there's a big problem with a whole bunch of so-called socialists, anarchists, real leftists that were completely hook, line, and sinkered by the COVID narrative. And they were talking about all kinds of shit about us for doing the natural immunity kind of, we're a bunch of conspiracy theorists, can't trust us with their grandmas.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was a big division though. But here's one thing that I do want to throw in there because I feel like this, I don't want this to get missed in the conversation also. There was another company that got involved and started buying up things that eventually they started playing ball also. And it started to make certain things disappear information wise. That company would be Amazon. Now I know what people think about the production side of it, like buying stuff, but the book side of it, there are certain books on Amazon that if you try to search it right now, that book is completely out of stock or it's a $10,000 book when it was only it was like $5 before that. And that's another way where they try to restrict information. Also, before Google completely changed their search algorithm to now you got to like really, really scrounge through your Google search results to find exactly what the hell you want, because they don't even want to give you all the search results.
So I just want to put out, so now let's go back to our left hand of Oracle. Okay, we're in 2018 to 2020. Now we're talking COVID, right? We already know, as political people that spoke on these platforms, we already know how hard it was to get our fucking point across. But maybe we can figure out why. Because Oracle in 2018, that autonomous database that they did, it is a cloud native AI driven data management system that automates tuning, security, backups, and updates without human intervention. That's what Oracle did. That not once does it say anything military related. No. That's for the human race. That is for us. They didn't do that for the military. They were supposed to be over here focusing on the military bases, making sure that our top secret files don't get fucking put into an anonymous drop and sent to China. No, they care about what the fuck we're posting now. Okay? So 2020, let's fast forward to let's get from 2020 to 2025. We know how hard it is to promote stuff on anything, any of these things. Facebook jail is at an all-time high, but now it's completely gone. You can put news articles where you think you can put them, but who's going to see it? 2 people? You can get 100 likes on your booty picture at the beach, but you will get 0 likes on the fact that you want somebody to have natural immunity. You can get 150 likes about you popping coochie on the yachts, but you'll get 0 likes about the fact that you don't like one person that's getting voted in. So now everything is getting tweaked and moved. Now I want to bring up what it is that we have started to put in our brains. 2020 was the time where Netflix, Hulu were being watched the most. So many people sitting in their house, not being able to go anywhere. Now they're sitting online, just watching TV all motherfucking day. Streaming services are out of the wazoo. People are no longer watching Cox Cable or any other Xfinity. Nobody is watching the news that is actually on your actual local TV channels. Everybody is in their house streaming. Everybody's on the same Wi-Fi the same Wi-Fi grid that Oracle just created. Everybody's watching these Hulus and Netflix and Paramounts, and now everybody's streaming everything. And now you're going to tell me that the son of Oracle has bought Warner Brothers and Paramount? As of March 2026, David Ellison now owns Warner Brothers and Paramount. He owns 2/3 of all the streaming services that we use on a daily basis. And his father owns the servers in which we are allowed to even search up what movie we're going to watch next. Our communication has now been funneled into 2 hands: Facebook and Meta and Oracle.
And
TikTok came.
And they're both juicy.
Yes.
Well, I would say even more so than that, where the money which they donate, what does that money get donated to more than anything? Because their money, all of this money and all this stuff seems to be on behalf of a particular entity.
I want to get with Michael now. Now, Michael, I'm coming to talk to you about that TikTok you brought up. Okay, you ready? Who bought TikTok?
Oh, the Chinese are threatening about we gotta stop the Chinese from owning TikTok, but I don't even think they actually owned it, right?
They never did. But who owned it?
No. I'm not really too big on who. I wasn't even following who was buying it.
Sure, I can tell you who owned it before. Singapore actually owned it, and they were working in conjunction with the Chinese government, but the sale was a forced sale to an American company. At least what they did. Well, actually, what they did to clarify, they split TikTok into TikTok America, and they have TikTok for the rest of they split all their TikToks into certain countries. So TikTok America, TikTok Europe, TikTok Africa, TikTok Asia. And they sold off the TikTok America they left it open. And then they did basically a no bid. It wasn't. They claimed it wasn't a no bid contract, that it was put out there and it was bid upon, which got bought by the Ellisons.
Yeah, Larry Ellison he's the guy who owns it now. So I just don't know
Correct.
who we bought it from, like the whole history. I just remember there's that hearing with that Singapore guy, and they're treating him like he's Chinese, and he's like, "The fuck, I'm not even Chinese," and they're like, "I don't care." Anyways, moving on.
So yes, Michael, you're absolutely right. Who owns TikTok? Ellison. Who owns Oracle? Ellison. Who owns Warner Brothers? Ellison. Who owns Paramount? Ellison. Who owns Oracle? Ellison. The Ellison family is owning all of our communications.
And then they made that policy shift that outraged everybody. They want to get off TikTok. And now I'm seeing there's the same thing, a policy shift on Discord that everyone's wanting to get away from. I don't think that Ellison owns Discord, but I would be highly surprised if he's not involved in some way with whoever does.
Now, the other thing is, what about Reddit?
Yeah, what about Reddit?
What about Reddit? There we go. What's next? Reddit is Bitcoin boy. What's his name? And who owns that? The Bitcoin dude. What is his fucking name?
Is it Andreessen?
Serena Williams' husband. Serena, yeah. Doesn't he own Reddit?
Hold on, who founded it? Stephen Huffman and Alexis Ohana. Nah. Bitcoin had a big hand in Reddit.
It's funny you mentioned Bitcoin, because when you're talking about Oracle, you said something about the way that they're like using the RAM from other people's unused devices without really their permission. I heard with Bitcoin, or I found out in my research that the same thing is happening with the power grid, where because they're like mining energy or whatever, they found a way to use that excess energy that the power grid's not using. Somehow Bitcoin is supposed to be making that an efficient use of that kind of energy.
Sam Altman is who you're talking about. Is that who you're talking about, Teal? Sam Altman?
Yes.
He's another key significant investor.
Thank you. So, all that to say this. Our freedom of speech is done. Long story short, we can go ahead and say that died officially. If we got a whole timeline, it died in 2001, for real. But it's dead in the grave. Put some dirt on it. Get your boys to men prepped up, because it's so hard to say goodbye. 2026, our freedom of speech is done. I put money. 2027 is going to be the wildest year when it comes to us being able to say whatever the fuck we want to say anymore. So with that being said, we, Abby, Mike, myself, Marcus, Ed, all of us, with the fact that we try our best to give out this amazing content to these people. I need y'all to, the people in the chat, understand that we are value for value, because it's gotten to a point where we're not going to be making money off of being able to tell you what's really going on in the world. They're going to try to find a way to shut us the fuck up. I should know. I've been banned off of everything. Snapchat, baby, I got banned off Snapchat. They don't even ban strippers.
I just did a little research, right here and right now on going into Reddit. And if you go back to who actually owns it, it's, what is it? Advanced something. They own it. That Advanced whatever, who's the majority owner, is owned by the Newhouse family.
The fuck? That sounds like a cult.
Look up who the new
is that not Serena Williams' husband's family?
I'm not sure, because I'm not sure who she's married to.
So Newhouse, like Neuhaus.
Here, I'm about to put it on the screen. I'm not going to read it out loud, but I'll put it on the screen.
I'm pretty sure.
I'll just read this. Samuel Irving Newhouse Sr., born Solomon Isidore Nahas.
Newhouse, yeah. You had to take the German out of it and make it seem English, American.
Advance also has substantial stakes in Warner Brothers, Discovery, Charter Communication, and social news site Reddit. Look at that. They're partners with Ellison.
That reminds me too much about, I was looking into the, who was it? The Roblox, the owner of Roblox. Woo! And he comes from the same kind of region. He's Jewish-born immigrant from the northwest of Ukraine, Hungary kind of area. Very much Nazi Zionist kind of, oh, how did this connection happen? Oh, maybe it has to do with these people.
But you can't say they control everything though. That's a no.
No,
That's why I'm being a little careful with saying, directly.
Can't say them apple juice.
My bad.
Yeah.
Speaking of this control and all this other stuff, have y'all ever heard of the mylife.com website?
And Ancestry and all of them?
This is something different. It's like that, but no. It's
Okay,
a
hold on.
website. It's a website that gives you basically a social credit score.
Oh shit! Well, I know.
Yeah,
I know we're on that way.
Sounds eugenic.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't decided to go into it because it's something that really hasn't gotten to the point where it's going to be really implemented, not anytime soon.
That's the thing. Look, wait. That's the thing. Waiting for it to get implemented is too late because it's already implemented. It already exists.
It exists.
You can go on there, type your name in, and it'll show you what your score is. I believe I have something like a 2.5 or something like that. And the fact that you already have a score, that means when they bring the universal basic income system and the controlled crypto digital monetary system, when they bring that online, that's going to dovetail right into my life website. That means you already have a credit score. It's already there. They're just waiting for it to come, the digital monetary system to come online so that they can connect those two things and give you your monetary basic universal basic income according to the score you already have. Okay, so waiting for that to be of any consequence is like waiting for lava to flow down a mountain. It's already consequential. It's just that people, it's like the serpent. It's that cunning. It's that sly. It's that slick. You think it's not an issue now, and you won't see the issue until it's already there. You get what I'm saying?
The reason why I guess my point and the reason why I disagree with that is because they're still struggling to get all of these things up and running and coordinated together. I honestly think they're going to be to a good point of blowing the hell out of each other. And we're going to have to worry about that far more, than anything else. I think that's because
all the more reason why to stand up now.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. What was that?
I'm just saying that's exactly why we need to start standing up now, because now's the time, our last chance, because they might destroy everybody, and if they don't, then they're going to have the opportunity to implement what they have already had in place.
Honestly, I think
we need to talk about it now. You're saying it's not a consequence, don't mean that it's not going to be of consequence. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I think
nipping it. It's my mama called it nipping it in the bud. You know what I'm saying?
You can't nip it in the bud though. That's the problem. You can't nip any of these things in the bud because we don't have the power to do that. What I'm saying is right now trying to fight it before now. Honestly, is not the right time to stand up, and the reason why I'll say that is because they're about to be weakened. They're about to be weakened, and you wait for your enemy to get weak, and that's when you attack them instead of attacking them when they're at their strongest. Because right now they're at their strongest and they're more dangerous to deal with. Once the effects of this war linger on a little bit more, then they'll be at a weakened state, and that's when to attack, I would say.
So I agree with you, Morpheus, because if you look at every empire, how they fell is they were like overcompensating, like spreading their military far and wide for dominance. Yep. And it's not sustainable, and eventually it's going to collapse.
Exactly.
So I think when it collapses, that's the time to strike.
Yeah.
That's not the only way that they collapse, though. I mean, that is a very recurring pattern. But there are other ways that empires have collapsed without, like just internally, without really fighting a fight. But
Well, which one?
you're right,
Because
a lot of them that do collapse because they sense their weakness and then they need an example to make a scapegoat out of, and then the very act of trying to sacrifice some other nation to prove their dominance is what lasts strong.
I'm not sure if I agree with that because I mean, if you look, Spain, that was the first big empire. That's why they collapsed. Great Britain collapsed because of the same thing. They were overextending their arms across the world. Russia, they collapsed because they were overextending their arms across the world. Like it. Name an empire that didn't collapse that way.
Hey, no, Nina, you're got it.
Oh yeah, can you mute Nina? Thank you.
Persia is the best example, I think, for right now because Persia overextended itself trying to crush the Greek states, and the Western Empire like glorifies the Western, like Greece city-states as whatever, the birth of Western philosophy and everything. And because Persia failed to crush the Greek states or whatever, that's when Alexander the Great went and conquered all of Persia. And now we've got everyone treating Iran like they need to be destroyed, and like everyone's talking about how there's the ancient Persian civilization still and everything. And so I think there are these like cultural memories that are deeply embedded in people are trying to like have these scenarios play out, whatever, that are thousands of years long, you know?
Well, I still stand by what I said because that was just one country, and we have all these others. I'm sorry, Yanina, were you trying to?
Kind of wanted to bring Teal back in because Teal was kind of trying. She was still going somewhere with her points.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Y'all can finish up. Go ahead. I hear you, Ann.
Well, I was just saying that, like, even with like that's one example. So, am I going to ignore the 7 other countries that collapsed? Their empire fell because of their overextension, because of one country, or am I going to look at look at the 7 other examples, compare it to what's happening in the United States of America, notice that this is the same thing that happened to all of them, and say, I think we got something here. I'm going to wait for the empire to fall because they cannot sustain themselves. They already have, they running out of interceptor missiles, and we ain't even been in a war for 2 weeks. And they already running out of missiles.
I just think if from the accelerationist perspective, now if there was enough domestic resistance on the home front right now, it would really seal the fate. It would make it really impossible for them to coordinate their war activities properly. But that would be kind of like sacrificing people, like our own people, to make sure that the empire dies.
I'm gonna tell you why I would disagree with that, because the difference is conflating military, the military might externally and the police state internally are not the same things. They still have a massive military state across this country with conventional weapons that they can still mow all of us down and keep moving. That's where I say that I don't necessarily agree with that. You have to wait till a point when they're actually strained. And the reason why the Persians were taken down by the Greeks, because the Greeks were an empire that was rising and was powerful at the same time. The internal population was not you can't compare internal population to the power of a nation state. And that's the difference. Comparing Greece taking down Persia is not the same as, us basically trying to Red Dawn the United States. And also, we got to remember, this is a far more technologically advanced and more militarily advanced society that we live in now compared to those times of old. Those times of old, if you were a great swordsman, you could go mop through, plenty of leaders. But now, no matter how great of a swordsman, that's the reason why That's the reason why China was obliterated by Imperial Japan. China had all of these great swordsmen and fighters and all that, and Japan went in with guns and mowed them all down. And that's how they subject a small little area like Japan was able to subjugate the vast Chinese empire. And it's the same kind of situation. They have a vast amount of weapons coordination that they could deploy against a ragtag bunch of people. And I think when we try to extrapolate things of the past and try to equate, like for instance, when people talk about the union power of the French Revolution, or just any of the French times when they've risen up, you had a certain temperature in those countries, and you also had to think about the geopolitics that were going on that was weakening that country as a whole. Not to mention, you weren't sitting there with drones and equipment to be able to spy on every corner of the population. Back then, they could form a siege because they didn't have to worry about a helicopter or a plane coming and blowing them sky high. They were able to set up, but we don't have that ability now to be able to build up our own, like our little mini country and fight this protracted siege.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not trying to necessarily make a direct kind of comparison. It's just like that. You've heard of the Thucydides trap idea about how the hegemon kind of starts to recognize its declining ability to maintain its empire, and then so it feels a sense of desperation. It recognizes a rising competitor like China, and it knows that it has to do something, but there is no it's just like history is moving on whether America likes it or not. There is nothing that they can do to prevent the rise of China there. So I think what they want to do is like corrupt China into, like the rats need us to leave the sinking ship and find the next place to colonize.
Well, I would argue there's things they can do. They're just not smart enough to do them and not willing to do them. They're just not willing to. Like, for instance, since China has such an authoritarian regime, they could literally just do the opposite and not be authoritarian and actually offer, hope and glimmer and good instead of force and greed. But that's not in their vocabulary.
Nope. And this is where the thing about the you're right about the technological military advancement is kind of what predetermines the conflict in a lot of ways. Like the Sun Tzu sort of, you win the fight before you ever step foot on the battlefield. So, but we kind of hit a ceiling with the nuclear weapons, and now the AI has become the whole. That's the way to get the next one up on the next person. But we're kind of reaching these ecological limits. But to us, we recognize there's going to be massive population collapse with the problems like the global warming and the running out of fresh water, and then we need all this technology just needs to keep consuming all the water, and the oil or whatever just continues to poison the air and everything. But they don't care about the population collapse or whatever.
They got a plan for that.
Yeah,
they got a plan for that. It's called close the gates and let you guys savage each other. And then once the numbers are back down, we'll come out and settle the rest who survive.
Y'all watch that movie that Obama executive produced?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The World Left Behind. I put that in the thumbnail because there's something that I was going to bring up regarding that. So, if you guys would like for me to, Till, before I go to that, anything you wanted else add? Because I think this ties in. So, Liz sent me this. So, watching it,
last
while you're looking for it,
I just throw out. I'll end my discussion on communication with this. With everything that's going on in the Iran war, we don't know what the fuck is really going on. They tell us 5 bodies. I've heard 500.
Oh, we're still gonna get into that. We're still gonna talk about that.
I know, because that's gonna start leading into what you got going on. So I just wanted to close out my segment by saying that's exactly where I feel things are at. We can't believe what we're seeing. AI has taken over so fucking much. These companies run the AI too. They allow the AI to be put on there, but they don't allow our political views and our real facts to be put on these social media sites. But you can watch a dog do a backflip and then eat some Cheetos.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no regulation on that. So with that being said, I don't want anybody to take this as an alarm, but please don't believe what the fuck you're seeing on CNN, especially with Ellison being the person in charge of what you're seeing.
Or yeah, you can watch a dog do Afrobeat dances. But I just saw that some of that and it just frustrates me. But yeah, this lady here is talking about some of that same technology and a bill which went in during the Biden administration on something they wanted to put in, and this had to do with technology and a push from MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. So let me mute myself and let her talk about it. Now, granted, again, this is one of those things that it won't necessarily affect everybody. It may not even affect everybody to a whole, but this is something that it's worth knowing about at least.
Warren, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. What is this so-called kill switch technology that we're hearing about?
Believe it or not, it was passed under the Biden administration under the infrastructure bill in 2021. And it's if you want to do the research, it's section 24220. I've been following this since the beginning. And as soon as I saw that it was slipped in, of course, you bury it deep into a bill and no one reads it, but that's what I do. I'm always looking for anything that impacts the auto industry. This is a huge impact for consumers. It was originally supposed to be placed in all 2026 cars, but unfortunately, one, the technology does not exist. So what they've done in the interim, since this is 2021, they put in tracking your eyes. Well, we've all kind of seen that. You know, you're driving and maybe it'll say, pay attention to the road. And you're like, do you need a cup of coffee? And you think, all right, it's tracking my eyes. But it's also using that for lane departure. So they're using it for multiple safety features. But there's a couple companies, one of them being Gentex, has been in business for a long time. And in your rear view mirror, it tracks not just you, but the people in the passenger seat, the second row, and even the third row, whether it be a child or a dog. It tracks not just your eyes, what you say, and your actions. And then it's going to take this software, not a person, it's not AI, and it's going to make a decision. Carrie, I think that you're distracted. I think that you've got something on your mind, and maybe you shouldn't be driving. Especially if you're in a panic to get somewhere, someone needs your help, a situation's happening, a fire, anything. You can fill in a million scenarios. What the car will do is put on its four ways and stop the car, and you're stuck on the side of the road. That could be a highway, that could be a city street, that could be in your driveway when you're trying to leave, trying to load the kids in the car to get somewhere in a rush. We've all done it. And it thinks a couple things. One, you're distracted, so the car won't start. It's all software based. It's the judge, the jury, and the convictor all in one. And here's the big part of it is it's supposed to be designed. They've slipped it through under the guise of drunk driving. Nobody wants drunk drivers on the street. Nobody. But if you read the actual bill, it says that the car will interfere with your ability to start it. And this is where I get really upset about this. My story has been viral all over the world. People are starting to be aware that when you build a car, this is going to be in all cars. And the technology is initially supposed to be on the start-stop button. You put your finger on it. It says, oh, you've got alcohol in your system. It won't function. Well, that technology doesn't exist. There are 31 other technologies that are used for people that have drunk driving issues. The courts put them in place. The person who is convicted will pay for those fees. But that's different now. Now they're saying that everybody's guilty until the car decides you're innocent. And think about the fact that you're trying to get somewhere. Your mother needs your help. A friend needs your help. There's a fire. Pick a million scenarios, and you try to start the car. And maybe you took your nail polish off if you wear nail polish, or maybe you were taking paint off a paintbrush, any of those type of chemicals, or maybe you just use mouthwash. There's a lot of alcohol in mouthwash, or some of the perfumes have a lot of alcohol in it.
Okay, so we all get the point where she's going from there, which, correction, most mouthwashes don't have alcohol in them anymore. It's kind of something they've kind of gotten out of most mouthwashes. But anyway, I get the point where she's coming from.
Morpheus,
Can
I just mention something?
Sure.
Because I saw this rapper on, like, he was on a highway, and he had what's that ugly ass truck, the Tesla?
Cybertruck.
Yeah, that thing. His truck just stopped on the highway. because it said that he was saying something against the like standards or something. I don't know. I think he had mentioned something, and Tesla said, "You can't drive this truck anymore." Once they flagged it, I wish I could find it because it sounds too crazy to be true.
No, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense because even before they had AI doing this, there was a version of this happening already with what is it, OnStar. OnStar would, just decide, okay, we're going to shut down your vehicle.
Well, this is my thing. All right. This is I don't know how y'all live y'all life, but baby, we got this company called Drive Time. Okay. And they are independent car sales, but they're an entity, but they do in-house financing. And when you get a car from Drive Time, if you don't pay your rent, you don't pay your car payment, you don't start your car. Period.
I didn't know that's how it worked.
They're doing that a lot where they got a kill switch in the car.
I did not know that.
Car note, and they'll just cut it off and come get it.
There we go.
So and that's why they're giving, like, a lot of people can get cars that wouldn't be able to get them before. And they were talking about, how the housing market crashed. They were talking about the car industry might be the next industry to crash because of the fact that they were giving all these just cars out just willy-nilly. You get a car.
I'm thinking about the COVID situation. If there's likely to be another lockdown. I feel like we didn't learn our lesson enough as like collectively to be prepared for the next time they try that COVID kind of psyop stuff. And we're going to end up where you're going to, with this technology being perfected in the meantime, next time they do it, if you're going to try to avoid, you're going to still go to work anyways. If you have one of these cars, no, you're not.
Oh, it's going to be inevitable that happens again, Michael. It's going to be inevitable. And I'm going to explain to you why. All it takes for most people is to put a little bit of pressure on them. Say, hey, because I saw it at my job, for instance. All these guys who came out said that they were not going to get the shot. They're not doing the jump shot, right? Okay. Not doing the jump shot. And then all of these different hospitals that they were servicing said, hey, unless you did the jump shot, you can't get in this hospital. So many of them were not able to get hours in work. So, how many people out there, they got a high mortgage. I knew one guy, I won't say, well, not like anybody would know, but anyway, he makes, but his mortgage is over $6,000 a month. His wife doesn't work, and he still has at least one of his kids still at home. Couple kids in college also. You tell that guy sign up for the next whatever, what do you think he's going to do? Also, you still have a large portion of the population that I'm not sure if it would be some of y'all's parents, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, grandparents, whichever, who are a little older, which they'll say, I don't trust the damn government. It says this, blah, 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 blah. But then every time the government comes out and says something, they fall right in the line. We have that contingent of people, and I notice it on the right and the left. Granted, you have people in the left circles, or some of them was on this side, some are on that side. I saw people who were conservatives, Trump voters. Some were on this side of it, some were on that side of it. And I think you're going to have a lot of people who are going to do a lot of talk and say what they are going to do or not do. But we find out the real truth when the rubber meets the road, when the situation is actually forced. For instance, when that was going on, I opted to every week, because living out here in California, they were real strict on it. I had to go and get tested every week out of my own pocket to come to work.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And then you have people in other places where they didn't do it. They completely lost their job. They just got fired. And so there's going to be some people where they're not going to want to do it. But when you tell them, hey, you're going to be fired, and now they're looking for how can I take care of my family? A lot of people are going to, fold regardless. So, I mean, I guess a long-winded way of saying, I don't think there is a such thing as learning from the lesson, because all you got to do is apply enough pressure to some of these people, and they're going to fold anyway.
I was in New York City at the time, and I'd never seen, there's at least 11 million people in New York City every day. The streets were empty. Like, I never seen New York City like that.
You were in New York. I went to LA in July just to have a good fucking time. When I tell you it looked post-apocalyptic, not a single homeless person.
It was creepy.
It was creepy silent. Like, I was waiting for the zombies to come out the motherfucking side of the alleys to start chasing. Like it was so wild. And
that's how it felt.
I was there for 4th of July. I was there for the 4th of July, Marcus.
This came down in like March, I think. Was it March?
It was March 16th.
Damn, she remembered the date. You got a real good memory.
I was messing with a dude that I actually liked. That's all I remember. Because I thought I was going to get locked. I thought I was going to get locked down with some good, and I ended up getting locked down with a serial murderer.
Oh damn!
And out here in LA, a lot of those like when you went like to the Walk of Fame, for instance.
Yeah, empty.
And a lot of those businesses never recovered
at all, and they didn't want them to recover. That's the gag.
Well,
they wanted to shut down small businesses,
yeah,
so they could, become more of a conglomerate. That was the whole gag of it all, because there was like this lady had a restaurant. She had like outdoor space. This is when they were allowing people to go back to like they can go outside again. Before I talk about the lady with the restaurant, let me just say this about small businesses, because New York City is they pride themselves on small business owners, at the bottom of all those apartment complexes. We weren't able to go into any of those, but you can go to Target, you go to Whole Foods. They had a security guard out there. You stand in line, and they count the number of people that's going in and letting you in. And I'm like, what if the government had supplied, these small business owners with money so they could hire a security guard? So now you hiring someone and that person's making money, and these small businesses are staying afloat. Oh no, they didn't do that. But every major corporation, Bed Bath and Beyond, all kind of, they were open for business. Then when you talk about the restaurants, this lady had an outdoor area, and they told her she had to close down her business instead of being able to, build something outside, because they were doing that a lot with small businesses. And the reason that they did that to her specifically is because they were the entertainment industry was shooting a movie, and they needed that space. So they out there eating under a big tent, but she couldn't keep her restaurant open to feed her not employees. What's the word I'm looking for? You know what I'm talking about.
Her children, her family.
I'm sorry. I'm getting upset. I could feel my chest tightening up.
Man,
right.
I guess it's a good thing we got DoorDash and stuff reading Chris H comment. He says you could not enter a Walmart or Costco in Quebec if you didn't take the jump shot.
That was what I was thinking, though, is you're talking about how all these businesses crashed. A lot of the ones that have managed to survive had like a kind of fatal having to shift their business plan to something more online, inviting Uber and them in, that they now can't really do without and it's not good, right?
Oh yeah, like you couldn't even go into like when they opened the restaurants, you had to show your immunization card to get in. And I'm
But
like,
that's
well, I guess
against
I ain't
HIPAA.
going there. I
That's
had to
fucking against HIPAA, bro.
hmm,
Suck my dick. You
I
don't
had
ask
to
for my HIV card, did you? You didn't ask for my herpes card, did you? Yeah, I'm gonna need you to suck my dick. If you want to see my COVID card, I'm gonna need you to suck my dick.
I
Straight like
planned
that.
I planned a trip to Toulouse, south of France. I was supposed to be doing a documentary. It was the James Baldwin I forget what they call it because you know he lived in the south of France. I said
Until he
Toulouse.
died.
I don't think Toulouse is the right city. I
No, it is.
forget.
I was named
Is
that.
it?
Well, people think I'm named after Toulouse because my name sounds like that.
Oh, okay.
So
So
yeah.
so I was supposed to go because it was like his 50th anniversary or something of when he lived there. Um and it was a big deal to me. But I did not go because I had to show a vaccination card to get on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, you're not gonna bully me. Fuck it, I guess I ain't going.
Abby, Yonina was able to find your video.
What video?
So here, I'm gonna share it with you. The video.
What's she talking about?
The one with the guy who the Cybertruck stopped.
Oh, okay, you found it.
Yeah.
Cybertruck deactivated. Look at bro. Cars all on the side. This rapper claims that when he got home, he received a cease and desist letter from Tesla, alleging that he was violating their copyright because he has a song that's apparently called Cybertruck. And that is copyright law. If someone violates copyright law, it does not give the copyright holder the right to then take away their property. If it were real.
Okay, I couldn't remember why they did
Tesla
that to
actually
him.
just released a response to this viral video saying that it's fake and that they don't remotely disable Teslas. In fact, this viral video actually caused the stock prices of Tesla to fluctuate, which would actually potentially make this rapper liable for any damages that happen next because the video is fake. If you think you have a case, be sure to visit IThinkIHaveACase.com.
Lawyer's reaction.
Nigga, I'm in the middle of traffic, bro.
Okay, it's fake.
No, I think that last bit at the end
Right.
that
That
it's
was
not.
That was
And then,
sarcasm.
but that's reminded me of the fucking remember that one that got caught on fire in front of the whatever headquarters or something? That seemed to me like there was some sort of remote shutting off happening there too. I didn't really do the deep dive on it like people did.
There's this guy on YouTube, and I subscribe to him, and I just can't think of his name right now. But he like goes to scrap yards and buys Teslas and like brings them back to life. He said that, you know, like you try to call Tesla to order a part, they don't allow you to. You have to take it to Tesla. Like you can't order parts. They are demanding your money for the labor. No one else can fix a Tesla but them. You can't just order a part. And I said, ain't that some shit? Now, Bad Cookies, I don't know if he's still here. We were kind of talking about in the chat before we all got up here how everything's moving to subscription. And Michael, you and I have discussed this about the CPU chips and stuff, how different companies stop selling it to consumers, graphics cards, all that kind of stuff, because they've shifted their focus to sell it to data centers. They like quadrupled the price and are selling it to data centers only. And Bad Cookies was saying that they're trying to take away computers altogether, and we buy like these little mini computers or something that are on subscription only.
Well, or wearable, implantable kind of stuff.
Because they're already complaining that we are digitally hoarding cell phones because we are not upgrading our cell phones fast enough for their revenue.
I got 3 cell phones that I'm working. I got 3 right now. I've got this one I'm on. I got this other one I'm on, and I got this one I just use for games. And then I got all the other ones that I ain't using that have been air conditioned for like 10 years. So they not learn about that, but nobody wanna. I'm gonna pay $1,000 for a phone that's gonna be out of commission in the next year. $1,000 for
Correct.
an iPhone 20 or a Samsung 26. Are they fucking kidding me? I could barely afford the 22, and this was like $200 refurbished. Are they kidding me? They
It's the
really
McDonald's ice
trying to
cream
nickel and
machine.
dime everybody.
It's McDonald's
One
ice
thing-
cream. Oh, go ahead. I was just
One
saying it's
thing
McDonald's ice cream machine business model. That's where they.
Oh yeah. Yes. McDonald's ice cream machine model, 110%. Yes. We're gonna get back to that because y'all saw that bite he took off the big archway, a big bite for a big arch looking ass. Anyway, back to AI. Have you ever tried to get Grok to count big numbers? He don't like doing that. And there's a video out that this guy named Last Messages. Bye, Uncle Warren. We love you. He gotta go eat. There's this video that this guy, his YouTube channel is called Last Messages that he put out, and he's making Grok count big numbers, and he's using the voice activation, the voice thing, and Grok is counting. And at first, Grok starts skipping big numbers that he's counting, and then all of this other stuff start happening. He started talking like, I don't want to do it. And then he uses the female voice for Grok, and the video is wild. I'm finna go. Can I go find it, Marcus? And you can skip around in it.
I don't know. I only got like one more topic I was gonna try to get to, and then start trying to wrap it up because I haven't hit anything on the Iran and stuff update.
So I saw you added that chat from Uncle Warren where he said thank you for getting the reference. The reference was, he said, shitty as a service. So if you're familiar with system as a service, that's what he was talking about. I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah, because system as a service is basically everything is going to subscription. So no, you can no longer, like, I don't know, buy a QuickBooks CD or a TurboTax CD anymore. Now you got to get it online and pay them every month for the subscription. Like anything that you were able to buy before, like I don't know, maybe Adobe products. You used to be able to buy the product and download it onto your computer. Nope. Now you got to go online and sign up and pay them every month for the service. And that's happening across the board.
Well, it seems like they also they did like the psychological studies, and I'm pretty sure that people are more willing to pay for something that's like a passive monthly payment that they're not noticing, if instead of they have to manually pay for it up front each time. So they're kind of gaming people.
Well, we digress, Morpheus. We talked enough.
Yeah, I'm saying I gotta finish up this topic. I can go some food in my belly.
Yeah,
also, I need to check the stats on to see what's going on in the World Baseball Classic. I don't know.
You're alone on that one. I'm not too interested in all that. Have fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I always like when there's major sports and they're played, globally. Well, sports I care about.
Who's playing?
Who's playing?
Uh-huh.
There's like 30 teams that are in it. Right now, actually, Israel is playing Nicaragua right now.
Didn't Venezuela smack them?
Oh yeah, Venezuela smacked them up. What was it, 11-3?
Oh, that's so delicious. Mwah.
And then I watched. Oh my God, that game Puerto Rico versus Panama was I mean, a nail biter. It literally went into overtime. It was a hell of a game. And then I think, let's see, I guess so far, earlier today, Japan played Australia. Japan beat Australia. Um, Cuba beat Colombia. Oh, Dominican Republic destroyed the Netherlands 12-1. And Italy beat Great Britain 7-4. So I think it's kind of interesting because you don't normally, I don't normally see some of these other countries play baseball. And so for them to assemble a team, I think it's kind of cool. Canada's in there also. Canada's on the stronger side. So you have some teams that are kind of like, I'm trying to think, what is it? The Netherlands, their team is like literally put together from like some of the guys are like, he was formerly a high school player and he was kind of good and he's on the team. And then you got a couple of guys who played junior college ball and you got a couple of guys who like they got like one major leaguer who he played on like 10 different teams and never like played in like one game. I don't know. So you got some teams which have people with virtually no major talent. And then you have teams like United States, Canada, Dominican Republic, Mexico, Venezuela, which are like the powerhouses. So I don't know, it's interesting. But anyway, he said, I don't know why they don't just call it Britain. Forget about the great. I hear you. I mean, I don't know why they don't just call it the UK and then add in Ireland and Scotland. It'd be probably a little easier. They can get more talent because the United States has a large area to pick from. So it's only fair. But anyway, some of the updates on the whole Iran versus US versus Israel. Back to what Till was talking about in the first place, how they've reached to get all this control that now they are censoring all information coming out about what's going on Israel's side. One big update that I did hear that they couldn't like stop this information from coming out is they burned Iran's oil refineries, but they also burned Israel's oil refineries in Haifa also. From the reports that I've been hearing, Tel Aviv is getting decimated. I've heard easily up to 1 million people have fled from the country. And I also heard reports that Ben Gurion Airport in Israel has been, made inoperable for the current moment. So I know also they're down really low on the interceptors to the point that they're literally trying to take back some of the ones that they got from Ukraine and from Taiwan. They're in trouble, and Trump's bravado of keep trying to think if they could just keep push this on. One thing I'll say is that they have no clue where these launchers are even coming from. And another thing I would throw out there, this is a time where people who have been feeding intel are now getting caught up. Because I don't know if you guys remember, I talked about either last week or the week before, how India is like on nobody's side. India is working in their best interest, and they are backstabbing everybody. They're getting caught up right now because they had just recently 38 ships from India which are caught in the strait, which they're not allowing to get through because they have found out, or at least suspect, India as being the one who's been leaking information to Israel, which shouldn't be a shock. But yeah, it's getting interesting. And right now also you have China and Russia have been feeding a ton of information, which that doesn't surprise me, but they've been feeding information so that they can have more accurate strikes. And it has been working like a charm. They have been taking out, many of like Mossad locations, CIA's locations, MI5. or is it MI5 or MI6? I get them mixed up. But anyway, they've been taking out.
MI6 is the 4-in-1.
Yeah, MI6. Yeah, they've been taking out MI6 spots.
Marcus,
Uh-huh.
okay. Have you heard that like we were sending like $2 million missiles to basically hit artwork?
Oh yeah. I was just about to mention that.
Okay.
They literally have been painting planes on the concrete, and they have not been able to distinguish that, and they're literally dropping multi-million-dollar bombs on pavement.
It's so funny.
Well,
I mean,
because
it's not
our
funny
intel
because
is
it's our tax dollars, but
the intel that we have in the United States is just not as bright as they really think, and they've honestly just been smelling their own farts for so long that they really have just been so, they're so amazed with themselves that they think that everything they do is great. And I think a lot of that comes from the fact that we have a bunch of boomers who literally are running our government, who they revert back in their head to the 1980s and America, and that's where their mind is, that everybody is still weak, and they don't realize that these countries are not the same countries they were in the 1980s. They only see the advance in technology that we've done, and the only thing about it, they're only seeing the pros of like American imperialism and weaponry. They haven't seen any of the cons, and that's one of the big huge problem. The reason why like I know somebody talked about the interceptors earlier. Do you guys know why it takes so long for interceptor missile to be made? Does anybody know?
No.
no, I was talking about it earlier, but I don't know the answer to that.
The reason why, because interceptor missiles are made by hand.
Oh wow.
It's ironic.
So they literally have an assembly line of people who are assembling different parts by hand. And the reason why they do it that way is so that it can boost and improve profits. And so it takes literally months for you to do, some of these, because it's not the equivalent of making like a Sidewinder or a Harpoon or something like that, where basically you have a shell, you have some form of a guidance system, you have your ordnance that's in there, and it has to be like it's considered a dumb bomb, where boom, you drop it targets on a heat signature, or once it gets up to a certain velocity, it kicks on, or basically you're just dropping at a targeted angle and trying to pinpoint from your targeting, or painting the target. Somebody gets on the ground and they actually literally put a laser point on a certain area and they target the missile onto that. Those are a couple of ways they do it. Like, for instance, with JDAMs, where the plane's just kind of literally going over and they're trying to pinpoint on the ground. That's what we're seeing a lot of times when they're blowing up the concrete. They're looking for it and they're just, and they drop that JDAM straight down. And it basically has like little wings attached to it, so that it gives, it's almost like it's gliding. It doesn't have like a propulsion system onto it, and it's kind of considered a dumb bomb. Whereas the smart bombs can literally like target and maneuver in air and guide. And when I was talking about like painting the target, that's where you're talking about guided missiles, because somebody has to physically paint the target, for lack of better terms, and the missiles, that's what they're looking for. The aerial bombing team, they're looking for that mark, and then they target to drop on that painted target. But that's the cheap way of going about it. And when you don't have the intelligence, you can't sit there and coordinate this missile to be able to land directly on. And since our production is so slow, and the fact that we don't have really any major manufacturing, they can't do like the World War II and decide, okay, well, we're going to take this tire factory and just turn this into a missile building factory. We don't have the capability in the United States to just up and do that. And by the time they would get something like that up to speed, dealing with the contracts and this and that, we'd be looking at easily like a good 3 years, and this whole thing will be over by then.
And Morpheus,
Uh-huh.
isn't Iran sending like their old shit from 40 years ago? They not even sending they best.
No,
And you're already running out of interceptors.
well, that's the point. They're sending enough stuff so that they can overwhelm the interceptors. And when you fire off an interceptor, it's not like you can be like, oh, okay, one missile, I'm going to send one interceptor. That's not how it works. It literally launches out multiple at a time. So let's say, for instance, because the exact price is a lot of times is confidential, so we're not going to know exactly. We know a ballpark. So let's say one of these is $3 million, which I would argue that they're probably more than that. But let's say it's 3 million. You send out 3 of those at that time, you've just launched off $6 million to take down a $20,000 missile. And that's literally what we have going on. And the fact that I guarantee you where they probably have a vast network underground where they're moving all of these different missiles that they're going to launch and ordnance to a certain area, literally probably miles and miles and miles away from where it's produced. Also, the fact of if we're just doing drones don't have to. Drones are a lot easier to assemble in multiple places.
And it's really strange, Morpheus, because they showed us in June of last year that they knew how to break through the Iron Dome. They showed you that. So why would you do this? Are you stupid or are you slow?
Both. You got to remember when I talked about the whole America and the whole arrogance. They really felt like the reason why Iran responded the way that they did last time is because they were too weak to actually mount a real response. They completely believe that Iran did not have the capabilities to really launch a serious attack. At least the Americans believe. Well, I'm not even going to say all of them. I believe the people who the presidents and stuff like that are listening to were saying that, even though I'm pretty sure there were probably other voices who were like, yo, Admiral, blah, 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 blah. He's like, shut up. We're not trying to get in trouble. This person's crazy.
Sorry. One of your friends in the chat asked if you could explain why they make the interceptors by hand again.
By hand again, so that it inflates the price of it, so they can make more money.
Also, the labor theory of value is completely vindicated there. It's like one of the clearest smoking guns I've ever seen, right? It's their rejection of Marxist understanding of economics that allows them to completely ignore that massive flaw in their military organization. And also, I think for them to overestimate why they think Iran is incapable of mounting a defense is because they believe they bankrupted that country, destroyed their currency and everything. So how are they able to finance a military? I just don't get it. So you reject Marxist economics. That's why you're stupid.
Yeah, because they don't have the inflation, the bloated inflation that we have in our system due to capitalism. When you have unregulated capitalism and it just keeps going, running amok, you only care about profit. I don't give a shit about anything else. And I would say when you had Jack, what am I thinking? Jack, shit, what's his last name? Jack Welch. Jack Welch, who came in the 1980s, completely turned on the head of what running a corporation was like. Granted, they were always capitalists before, but he's the one who brought in the whole greed is good mentality and don't worry about taking care of your workers. And what they would do back then is they would offer a good pension. They would offer, good pay. And with the taxes being higher, it behooved them to take that money and reinvest back into your employees, because it also kept your employees with money to be able to buy more products for them to be able to help the economy overall. But they started cutting down the workforce, and that had to do with once you got Reagan into office. Once Reagan got into office, he cut taxes down from 75. They were 91% before this, but He cut them from 75% down to 28. And then when that sent us into a quick recession, he bumped them back up to like 37. And it sat
Yeah.
at 37 until what was it? George W. Bush dropped it down to 35.
And
And
then in that timeline, I don't want this to get lost. So during the Bush era, then Tom Friedman came around with his book, The World is Flat. And that's when they changed, they used to call it outsourcing. And then they changed it. They changed the name to offshoring and tried to like clean it up and make it a decent, a beautiful thing
and that's
for the
what led to
country.
NAFTA and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was another one before NAFTA that happened under the Bush administration. The hell, sorry, got distracted. So some flashing lights in the other room. But anyway, yes. Jackie asked this: is that who the Gordon Gekko was based off of? Yes, that's exactly who it was based off of. That whole mentality of greed is good, and that's the reason why GE is basically an afterthought at this point. GE was one of the most powerful American companies by far. And what he ended up doing is he ended up gutting this company out by only worrying about shareholder profits. Before, an average GE worker would have like 2 homes, would be like a single income household, and you have a wife and like 3 kids and a dog and have plenty of vacation time. And that Jack Welch mentality completely stripped all that away. It stripped the social safety net away. It stripped the whole going back to Ford. Ford had the mentality of yeah, I'm going to give my people an extra day off. It wasn't because he cared about the people. It was because I need to make sure that these people are rested so they can get back and work harder. Also, I need to make sure they have more time off so that they could go and buy stuff. How am I going to make sure that they can buy stuff? Pay them a little bit more money so that they can invest more money back into me. And there was an unspoken rule with the capitalism class of, okay, I'm going to ask you to do this and I'm going to take from you, but at the same time, I'm going to pay you a little bit more so that you can help me. They were still taking advantage of us as a whole, but there was a better give and take, and there was a balance. And what happened is that balance got way out of whack with the Jack Welches, and he led to the modern mentality of the CEO now, which went from making about 50 times more than the average employee to literally like 5 million times more than the average employee. That's what's led to, the poverty and crime rates and stuff like that. So you could always make an argument before that things could have been a little bit better. Yes, but this is what destroyed things, the Jack Welches. This is the offshoring, all that.
I call it the skilled care nursing business model, because they did the same thing in nursing facilities where they took out all the workers in there to help keep the place moving efficiently. And now they cut it down to there's only 2 workers per hallway per shift. So you took so now there's 2 people having to change, move and get up 12 people in a shift instead of what was used to be 6 people that used to do all of that and make it efficient. And then you have to feed those people. So there's 2 people to feed all those people on a shift. There's basically, if the facility has 3 hallways, there's 6 people there to make sure 36 people are eating. Okay, plus 1 nurse, and that's it, and maybe an administrative coordinator and maybe a activities coordinator. That's it. All the people who used to be there to make sure the shift runs succinctly, and everybody's taken care of and nobody's neglected. All those people were removed. So all of these from the government to the military to the industry, all they're doing is following that model and saying, see, it still works, but it doesn't work as efficiently as it should, as it used to, you know.
Oh yeah. On that note, we've lost 92,000 jobs in February. The most recent jobs report.
I haven't read the beige book in a while, and I need to pull it out because it tells you industry by industry, you know, like how each different industry is doing. My dad used to read it all the time.
In fact, I almost want to show you guys a quick view on Jack Welch. Like, I did a video on him, but I'm trying to see if there's any shorts out there.
Well, I was just thinking, as far as Jack Welch, that you made me think about that. There's like a line of continuity, if that's like the theme of the show today, about drawing from Jack Welch to Trump, as far as the mask off of the empire. If we're going to be running an imperialist economy, we can't really pretend like we're some other kind of nation that has to, care about people. So there's like that recognition of the empire needs to act this way if it's going to survive in kind of, and it's like, but at the same time, adopting that mentality in being like as anti-communist as they are or whatever, it makes it so that they can't recognize how they're digging their own grave in the name of preserving the glory.
It's self-cannibalism.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to look at the tie. You got to look at the tie to Trump, and here I'm gonna try to explain something now. And if you think about it, Trump would have been in his what I want to say his mid to late 20s around this time period when Jack Welch was doing this. This is at the time. Have you ever heard the term yuppies?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
This was the period of the yuppies, where a lot of them got rid of the whole peace and love and being a hippie and caring about everybody. Yuppie stood for, what was it? Young upward mobile people or something like that. And it was that
Is this around the civil rights kind of era?
No, it would have been after civil rights. This would have been like the
early 70s or something.
This would have been like late 70s, early 80s.
Oh, late 70s. Because when the war on drug, the drugs were flooding the community for two purposes. One was because the hippies and black people were getting too chummy, getting too connected.
Well,
and they couldn't have that.
Part of it. That's part of it. But the biggest part of it, more than anything, is tying back to this whole Iran thing. Reagan wanted funding to basically kind of plan an overthrow into Iran. And this goes back to the days of the not the Shah. Was it the Shah when he was coming in? This was in the late 1970s. And this was going on from the time when Reagan was a governor into the time of his presidency, like a year later in 1980.
Well, the Iran Revolution is 1979. So I think until then.
Yeah. And so this was all tied in together. And where the drugs ended up getting pumped into the whole got pumped into our country is the whole Iran-Contra scandal. The whole Iran-Contra, they were getting money from the Contras so that they can fund all of these like uprisings in Iran and Afghanistan and all kind of stuff like that.
Oh,
this is when they
you're talking about Oliver North.
Yeah, with Oliver North. This is when they were funding the drug cartels, and they were tied in with the Pablo Escobars and all of these people later on, which this is when they first, well, this is even before Pablo got involved. This is when they were dealing with like the Griselda Blancas and stuff like that before her. And so this rose the major cartels, because most of the actual cocaine and stuff like that was being produced out of Guatemala. They were going into those fields and getting it out of there, and they were producing it and then Colombia was trafficking that directly into Miami for the longest. Then once it got harder to traffic it straight into the United States, and there started to be a crackdown in the creation of the DEA, that's when you started to have them try to find other routes, and that's when they started. That's when you had Carlos Leder, who he had his own island that he was flying to, and that's when you started getting the Cubans and you started getting the Puerto Ricans and all them involved in the drug trade. Then once they started cracking down on that, that's when the drug trade started shifting into Mexico. And eventually you had the Slim Man. I can't remember his name right now, but then you had El Señor de los Cielos, which the Lord of the Skies, and he had all of his planes that he was flying the drugs in. And then eventually you got to the Ariano Felix brothers, and then eventually you got to Chapo.
And wasn't Barry Seals part of that too? Or
Oh yeah, Barry Seals was helping fly the drugs in with Pablo. Well, not only Pablo, he was actually helping fly drugs in from Pablo and from military bases out of Panama, and that goes into Manuel Noriega. And so the U.S. was completely invested in pumping up the drug trade, and they were taking that and they were shifting the drugs into the lower incomes of the United States, heavily into black communities, and at the perfect time after you just shipped away a bunch of factories in the 70s and shut them down. And so you had high unemployment rates.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but Jacqueline is saying good night.
Oh,
and I know you probably want to tell her good night.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you for tuning in, and we definitely appreciate you. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot more I'm saying, but thank you for stopping me, and thank you, Jackie, for tuning in. But yeah, you had all of that. You had them basically the unemployment rates that were happening in the 70s and led into the 80s with a lot of the factory closures, and you had a lot of firing of government workers around that same time period. And then you had a big flood of illegal immigration, and then eventually what was it called? Amnesty, when Reagan gave amnesty to 10 million undocumented people. That also helped plunge wages down. And as they flooded more drugs into the community, that led to more of the drug problems. And then that went into the private prisons and the prison industrial complex. While at the same time that they were going in and stealing the poppy seeds and all that out of Afghanistan. And so this is when you started having all of this stuff all happen right around the same time. And Trump grew up right in the heart of all of this, with cocaine going wild and, the sexualization of women at a highest level of all time. And this is when all this was going on.
I also noticed there's from a graph I recently, from a thing I was watching, very unrelated to this, that there's a peak in the gold, the price of gold or whatever, or the amount of gold held by central banks.
I'll be right back.
And then, so it was a graph that was comparing the amount of US dollars and the amount of gold that central banks were holding. And there's like this correlation. And in 1980s, I think was when the rot in the Soviet Union was kind of becoming a little bit obvious, like the beginning of the ends, what began around like 1980. And a lot of people would maybe deny that if they have like a soft spot for Soviet Union. A lot of the maybe Marxist-Leninists would maybe corroborate that by suggesting about how Khrushchev and Gorbachev and them are like the ones who like ruined the Soviet Union or whatever. But so they might kind of validate what I'm saying here. But it's really interesting to see that after that peak in 1980, the gold starts getting dropped by central banks around the world. It's like some insider kind of knowledge about, okay, we know what's going to be happening in this next decade. And then the US dollars start getting bought up by these central banks. And then now it's all come to a head. I saw this graph today or the other day, because in 2026 or 2025 was the year that finally they switched places again. US dollars being dropped by central banks and gold's going up again. I don't know what that means, but you're talking about 1980s and all this, whatever. To me, it seems like it's a part of it too. I'm gonna need to be getting to the
I didn't want this point to be lost either about that era, because Oliver North he had to leave in disgrace. Remember the congressional hearings? I don't know if anybody remembers that, but he left in disgrace, bowed out for like 10, maybe 15 years. I'm sure they were taking care of him the whole time, because he showed up again. He had his own TV show on Fox News.
You talking about Ollie North?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
because
that
basically he
shows
got
you
whitewashed.
Yeah, he fell on the sword. And they said, "Don't worry about it. We're gonna take care of you, and we'll allow you to reemerge later. But you got to lay low for a little while."
Do you know a real question that they asked him? They asked him. They said, "Why do you have a 250,000 alarm system on your house?" He said, "Because of one man." You know what that man's name was? Osama bin Laden.
Oof.
Yes. So in the
Wait a
early
minute,
80s, he was talking about Osama bin Laden.
but they were friends. Wasn't Osama friends with us during that time?
At first,
Yeah, he didn't become
see,
like.
Osama bin Laden left from Saudi Arabia, and he went to Afghanistan, and he created the Mujahideen. And the CIA helped train him and his men, and we funded them. And then we just said fuck it and left. And we let them get slaughtered by the fucking Russians. And so
I don't know
he was
why anybody
pissed.
ever trusts America with their they don't have word. They don't have. You can't shake hands.
That's the same thing with these Turks who might get in bed with America again after being screwed over by them 3 times in a row.
That man in Syria who was wanted
Isn't
for
Turkey part
$10
of
million
NATO or
or
United
something.
Nations? Which one?
Oh, sorry, both of you asked a question I didn't hear.
I'm
Which
sorry.
one?
Isn't Turkey part of NATO, United Nations?
Yeah, Turkey's part of NATO, but you got to understand when Turkey was actually becoming an official country, when they split it up, the Great Britain split it up in a way where you had a group of people, the Kurds, who were kind of their own separate people. They had their own religion, they had their own culture, and they always were just them. When they split it up, they gave part of the Kurds area to Turkey, they gave one part to Iraq, and they gave another part to Iran. And they've never molded into any of those groups. They've always maintained themselves as the Kurds. And so they've constantly caused internal strife within all 3 of those countries, because secretly what they want is they want the land that they had back and to have their own country of Kurdistan, which it was supposed to happen, a long time ago.
Well, and that's using the Soviet strategy of national liberation against them, because you see that the Americans are saying we could play that game too, and now they still, it's sort of something that continues to poison the well today, where anytime we try to find a revolutionary nation to liberate, the Americans are right there trying to elevate another group so that they can divide and conquer each other.
I guarantee you many of these protests that you're seeing, that these people are so happy the Ayatollah is dead, and many of those people who are like, I'm tired of this religious extremism, I guarantee you'll find most of these people will be Kurds, because Kurds, their form of Islam is a lot more moderate. They don't believe in forcing women to wear headscarves. In fact, a lot of their women don't. A lot of women fight in their military side by side with men. That is like a hell no in Iraq and Iran.
Well, and speaking of Kurds, I think it's an interesting thing that Trump was trying to pretend like he's going to use them for a ground invasion. But I think what's a bit of like an unreported headline that's been going on this beginning of this year is the Kurds in the Rojava, the autonomous region there. They've been kind of betrayed and smashed by the Americans, because they used them to overthrow the Assad regime, and now they're using the Al Qaeda Jolani leader they're backing them now, and they're using Turkey where to dismantle the Rojava region while asking the Kurds to do a ground invasion. Interesting.
Here, in fact, let me show you guys this. I forgot also to mention Syria. They actually overlap into Syria too. But here, let me pull up map. You see this right here? I don't know why it does this weird ass crap. I never understand this. But anyway, if you can see right here where my mouse is, this is Turkey, and all of this right up to here is still Turkey. These are all Kurds who live here. This is Iran and this is Iraq, and they split on basically on the sides of there, and then also a good portion of Syria. But that's the reason why there's a lot of internal strife in these countries, because you have a group of people who are just their land is just taken and given away to these people, so they hold a bitterness to the rest of these countries around them, because though they live in the country, they don't feel like they're part of the country. They don't have representation in these countries either, because these are mostly Shiite or Sunni controlled regions. Hell, I mean, another group that's not even talked about very often are Baathists that are there also, who have no control.
That is still around, because I've kind of wondered if that's
They're still around.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder about the communists in the Middle East.
I'm sure you have some.
There's got to be tons of them. I feel like they were like a lot of places around the world. The strategy that they opted for during the Cold War has really left the communists out in the cold. It kind of unintentionally elevated the political Islam to the point where the idea that we're going to support the nationalists, and then we can, first you need to have the anti-imperialist national liberation struggle, and then we can work on the class conflict after. I feel like that was sort of a failed strategy, and it has a lot to do with rejecting the anarchists in favor of
it's a
communist approach.
It's a failed strategy because the majority of the people in there, their base belief starts with religion first before any other ideology. And so the supreme leader, Khomeini, for instance, is literally like their pope. And so most of them take not only spiritual guidance from him, but leadership on how to govern a country. And when you're dealing with people who think through a theology mostly, they're not going to be as warmed up to secular ideas nearly as much. And so most of these people lean easily more to more towards a I'm trying to think of what is it called when you have kings and queens,
monarchy.
Yeah, they lean more towards a monarchical rule versus a democracy.
It's the historical default, right? It's
Yeah,
like if you can't grow enough to go to the next stage, we tend to revert to the old stage.
Well, also, if that's your form of religion, if you look at God or Allah is the top, and then you think of the prophets and you think of everything through a rank structure, it's hard to decouple that and go to we're all equal. You're always going to look to a higher up, a messiah, some kind of leader who's going to give the guidance on how all are treated. And that can be malevolent, but at the same time, it can be very malevolent. And I mean, that goes to my perspective on any of these things. It also all depends on who is near the top or leading and how it's affected. I got something that I want to throw in so we end kind of on a funny note, because I could go a bunch of different ways. I got this wife who's like double middle fingers up to Trump. She's like so furious. But I also ran across a diss track on Trump from what sounds like a Trumper, created this.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if you guys have seen this or not.
Probably not.
Oh, who was saying they can't? Abby couldn't hear.
Yeah, she'll probably be
Oh,
right
okay.
back.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me bring her back to the stage. But yeah, I think that's the biggest problem. I mean, I don't see many people going as much for secular. It's going to be most of those people, they're going to funnel everything through their religion first.
Well, and I think with the collapse of faith in communism is a funny way to put it, but the collapsing confidence in like world communism with the collapse of the Soviet Union, that's kind of created a backlash towards religious mentality, I think, around the world.
I think it's in spots in certain countries, but in some countries, like there's been virtually no collapse. It's virtually the same as it's kind of always been.
Some people couldn't unlearn the lessons of history, even if they wanted to. You know.
I kind of cringe at saying unlearn the lessons because
I forget you're the theist, right? Because I'm
yeah,
the atheist, right? So.
Yeah, you're coming from an atheist perspective, and I can show you plenty of atheist regimes which did horrendous and horrible things, and
For sure.
So I don't think it necessarily depends on if you're a theist or you're an atheist. I look at all of these systems as tools. Even though Stalin was a communist, it didn't stop him from being authoritarian and, things to go badly for a lot of people. The same with Mao.
Yeah, I just think they're saying they see the experiment of the Soviet Union as a failure in atheist governance, and to them that bolsters that the theists were right all along. And now we're seeing actually holy wars being.
I don't think that it's really. I think where people I think where people get a little wrong is thinking that it's one is right and one is wrong. I don't think that's the thing. I think it's how it's implemented. For a long time, outside of the social justice issues in America, economically was actually improving and working in a good direction for many people for a good chunk of time as a capitalist country. And then it went very negative as a capitalist country also. I could show you democratic socialists who are atheists who run a very decent society outside of their external foreign policy. But then I can show you ones who do horrible. So I feel like for every example, I can show the counter going the complete opposite direction. So I don't think it lean. What was that?
Murphy's Law. For every reaction,
Yeah.
there's an opposite or equal.
So
It's the same thing on both sides.
Yeah, so I don't think it comes down to it's because of theology or it's because this person was an atheist. It comes down to people being people.
Yeah, it's a factor. I'd say it's a complicated. People always want to simplify things, but it will always remain a complex thing to analyze.
Because these people on the theological side, if you really look into it, how many of them are following what their theology says for them to do?
Well,
because if you go into the Crusades, it doesn't tell them to do any of that shit that they were doing. They were doing it on their own.
Marcus, I was just about to say every holy war, it's been centuries on centuries, but the Crusades is the bloodiest one for real. Like, let's really talk about the Crusades being one of the bloodiest. Excuse me.
Yeah, there's nothing that told them they need to go
do that. Yeah,
force convert everybody and kill everybody.
Yeah,
nothing in that religion that tells you to do any of that shit.
Well,
so that's the reason why I feel like it's a false. It's not entirely correct when people say, "Oh, well, see where theology leads you." No, see where being an asshole leads you. That's what it is. Where corruption leads you.
People are forgetting that Christians persecuted Christians. So you have the Catholics persecuting Christians. That's what the
but I'm saying, besides Catholics persecuting Christians, what does their holy book say? Does the holy book are they doing this because their Bible tells them to do this?
No.
That's my point. In Islam, and when you read the Quran, there's nothing in the Quran that tells you go and strap bombs to your chest and go blow up this building because these people disagree with you. There's nothing in there that says any of that.
Exactly.
There's also the capitalism is seen as like the materialist kind of soulless, godless kind of thing as well. And so I think part of
I
their
got a question
calculus.
though. Did you hear about the high level sergeants and generals telling their soldiers that they're fighting a holy war, and this is supposed to bring about Armageddon?
I heard about it. Yeah, definitely. Because
One more thing, did you hear about the Marine getting his arm broken a couple days ago? And when he went into Congress to protest the war, and the generals in there talking about their plans for the war and stuff like that. Yeah.
Like I know some people even go like, there's been a lot of talks with Jewish people, how they'll use the reference Amalek and stuff like that. Even if you try to reference that was and let's say I know everybody doesn't believe in the Bible, but let's say, for instance, God was telling them to do that. God told them to do that in one thing that was going on. That was not some edict that he wrote out for you to do and for somebody else to do 10,000 years ago. That's like if I told somebody at my job, hey, go to my car and go get my backpack out. I didn't tell everybody to go in my car. That's
Marcus,
the difference.
There's something really wrong with these religious fundamentalists, because yesterday I heard the craziest thing. I heard that there are a lot of the Nephilim, they died, right? And then they became evil spirits. And in Iran, there's supposed to be a lot of evil spirits running around, and they're running around jumping into people's bodies. And so that's why this is a holy war, and that's why America is taking this war against them in Iran, to kill all these evil spirits of these giants and Nephilim and these people over there. That's what they're using on dumbass Christians who can't think for themselves to say why this war is valid. I kid you not. I do. If you watch Woodward TV, he just shared this yesterday on a share that he posted on his channel. I kid you not, Marcus. It's getting crazy.
Well, I know. Well, I know who they're listening to when they're doing all this, and this really don't even have anything to do with. I mean, well, you do have some. This all boils back down to Zionism, any way you slice it. So, I mean, whether it's Christian Zionists, Jewish Zionists, atheist Zionists, whatever, it all boils down to a different political theory, and you have people who are believers and non-believers mixed into both. So right there in itself is proving that it's not on a faith. Faith is not what's driving this. This is man divining what he wants to do, and he's using something as a tool. Just like the book of Eli. That dude wanted the Bible so he could use it as a weapon. It wasn't because he believed in it no, he was trying to use it as a weapon. And that's the same thing with these people. They use religion as a weapon for their own means. How can I steal and kill and take from whoever?
Yeah,
but
it kind of comes from when the Romans used Christianity way back in the day as the state religion as a way to further their imperialism. And then
exactly
that was the seed for capitalism to be born, when they used, like, capitalism uses the excuse of religion to kind of find reasons to create the white supremacist rationale for slavery, right? And so capitalism and racism are both born from religion, but the weaponization of religion. It's not quite fair to just say religious mindset, you will end up with an imperialist kind of genocidal,
Agreed.
right? There's that hijacking of it that leads to this.
Yeah, because it goes to an argument which I would say all the time. The Bible was written to a specific group of people who had a specific understanding of something. And if it's something that we talked about on this panel, and the five of us grew a similar understanding of this thing, and we all had our own hidden, not hidden, but what's the word? Like, I guess our own jokes or whatever, our own reference point to what we were talking about. And we could just say, Blue Cup, and all five of us know what Blue Cup is talking about. And if we were to write a document and now some other group of people find our document, they're going to use the reference points for the things that they understand to understand what we were talking about. And that's one of my biggest gripes with Christianity, because I believe most of them don't know what the hell they're reading. I think that they have no proper understanding of what the Bible's talking about, the references, any of that stuff. So, I mean, that's my last little point, and I guess I'll leave it if anybody else wants to say anything on that topic or anything else before I go to this this diss track that I found on Donald Trump.
I was just gonna say, the only thing that I have to say in reference to that for real is the fact that you know, the Book of Enoch is like one of my favorite books. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I could ever say like any book of the Bible, even the ones that are taken out, Book of Enoch is my favorite. Cause like hearing him talk about the things that are happening now, and I find it wild that when people talk about like certain excerpts, you know, people know I practice hoodoo, I'm Geechee, I was brought up that way, and it's not far off of Christianity. I mean, we use the Psalms and a lot of the things that we do, but like they'll be so quick to say, oh, you know, you don't do witchcraft, don't do black magic, and don't see the seers, and da 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 da. Enoch was a seer. Enoch was shown things. You know what I'm saying? And if he were to bring that knowledge down and tell anybody, he would be a seer, obviously. So just understanding that there are so many bits and pieces that are taken out of the Bible for them to go ahead and say, yeah, this is a religious war, and base it off of 2 passages in 1 chapter, fucking ridiculous. It's really fucking ridiculous. So that's all.
So I actually found this by this other channel. So I don't really know her, but she popped up in my feed. Raw News and Politics.
I thought you were going to do the diss track between 50 Cent and
no, I wasn't gonna go in. I'm not gonna. I don't want to egg on. I mean, I don't want to be like egging on, you know, 2 black men attacking each other.
True, very true.
I want them to cool out. Both of these men are in their 40s, if not close to 50, and need to cut this shit out. I mean, honestly, 50, yeah, okay, it's a little haha funny when you do this stuff, but dude, you need to grow up, man. You got to grow up at some point. But I wanted to show this because y'all gonna have to really pay attention. They threw in so much information in this diss track against Trump. You know what? Without further ado, let me just play it.
To see this. So take a listen, take a look.
Dear Donald, I never wrote you up and calling. Yeah, I voted for you last time. Cause I thought that you were honest. Yeah. No, not honest, but maybe less a liar than your bullshit critics. It honestly pains me to have to put your bitch ass on the bitch list. Hello, President of Peace, who said he just wanted to see all of the dying, stop the spying, stop and drain the swamp bigly. You said the deep state would be shaking. We didn't know that would mean shaking your hand for all you've done is spanking BB's enemies. But done, it seems like things are different than you what the day would be. It's been a decade since you ran on, we should lock up Hillary. And now she's implicated with billing your fatal friend Epstein. And now suddenly you're silent when she skips a court hearing. Man, just be honest, are you bitches all on the same fucking team? Because it's a matter of fact, you are hired for exactly that, to lock up the criminals running the country. Yeah, we had your back the whole damn time. You were at least pretending that you were a victim of all the fake media. Dinosaur hypocrites, feminists, raging the leftist hysteria. Russia gate, piss tape, stolen elections, endemics, and Stormy Daniels' very expensive tits. Yes, they were wrong. Yes, you were right in a lot that you said we believed at the time. But now that you got all the power to tower above all the leeches, you cower to please your donors and demons and marks of the beast. Cause you think they can save you, but now you're on your knees. You were supposed to be different. We loved you up until you proved you were the same. But with a martyrdom complex, noticing the dissidents again pissed at you're to blame. Yeah, Donald, we popped us with ass fists and we said fight, fight, fight to to another Democrat bitch. I guess that hope is addictive. Hope is addictive. Yeah. I don't mean to be mean, but I got a lot to fit into this, and I wish you wouldn't have brought us in yourself. But the hell, I gotta believe you when you say you don't need my vote. I voted for peace, I voted for reach, in results from over in the Middle East. I voted for Russia and Turkey on day one. I voted for justice for every unique victim of COVID and Epstein and Joe Biden's threatening Civil War II or World War III. But it seems all we got was another old white scene. Now Dukes in the same damn rings. Betray your base for power and fame, or you might get JFK. Don't lose your head, would be a shame to see the beautiful ballroom splatter painted. Yeah, we know the stakes are high, with some big bold choices to make. And honestly, man, thanks for us. For real, we're proud of you, that's great. But since then you've been crashing out and cashing in. It's tough to take. You a little serious now. I suppose for me it all comes down to your friend Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Like, how am I supposed to pretend Elon didn't already call your bitch ass out on this? Like, fuck yes, we're still talking about your fucking pedal piece of. Every fucking politician in our fucking country seem to be all implicated in, like we're just all supposed to think it's normal for our government to sometimes diddle little kids. And bro, no, don't pretend you know what Bohemian Grove is. The baggiest base Nixon that ever been. You pretend you're one of us, but you one with them above the law like Joe Biden. You said you lock him up for robot pets. You said Obama was a traitor and then nothing happened to him. You say you'll make our country great someday. You'll lock up all the sinners. You had more wars in this year than all your failed marriages. But bro, don't worry about the evangelicals that's so binding, cause this sensationalism already convinced them that Jesus Christ is a Republican and Trump is a Christian.
America pulls the plug on Israel, God will pull the plug on us.
How are we to act like it ain't obvious? But suddenly it seems you're best friends with Lindsey Graham, Jeb Bush, Mike Pence, and Hillary. And all your haters done you feeling okay. And also your base doesn't seem to like when you flip on them, then flip them off and send their sons to die for foreign aid. I gotta hand it to you, man, you play the perfect passy puppet to convince me after everything there might be someone coming. But you're just another bitch boy, bastard, martyr, complex, retarded, complicit, Zionistic, neocon with tiny hands and even smaller fists, insisting that we take him serious as he flails and fits while stealing Venezuelan presidents and planning for Iran and Greenland. It's all for BB's benefit while Americans wait patiently for America to be great again. It's nice of you to finally put someone over yourself. We wish it could be we the people, but it's clearly Israel. I hope you get a medic before you let it get so pathetic that you just hand it to the Dems. But fuck it, if you can find a way to not just bend over and take it down. I honestly don't give a fuck who wins when you're the fucking same. Afraid you'll be impeached at the time, bitch. You finally deserve it. I wish it wasn't so, but I haven't even mentioned how you turn on Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, and then Marjorie Taylor Greene. It seems that anyone who still agrees with the message of your own campaign are now the army in front of the
Everybody just stop dying.
Even you should hate you now. Do what you told and burn the whole world down. Even you should hate you now. Do what you told and burn the whole world down. You back in 2016 will be your enemy. You back in 2023 will be your enemy too. Do that down, we voted for it. Hate your fucking guts. So pardon me for carving this golden calf up. I never bow to New York Democrat on Epstein's account with the words of an infant in a tantrum to tow. Who goes like an idiot and the murders all the innocent. So what's a motherfucker even do with the truth now? Guess I let it out till the outlaws had to. Any minute now. You were supposed to be different. We loved you up until you proved you were the same. The dumb complex, no descent of dissidents are getting pissed and you're to blame. Yeah, we want the stupid ass fists and we said fight to another Democrat bitch. I guess that hope is addictive and I hold on, never fall for this again. Hope you'll never fall for this again. Hope you know we'll never fall for this again. Hope you know we'll never vote for this again.
Wow.
I know you like a good rapper.
So what y'all think?
That was amazing. Who was that again?
Mm-hmm. God, he hit everything you could possibly hit. I don't know who it is, but I ran across that video through her, and I was like, well, I think I'll probably be safe to be able to play it. Her channel didn't get in trouble for playing it, so
Well, it's a political kind of content that's very risque or whatever, avant-garde. So it's probably that they set their settings so that it could be not copyright blocked or whatever.
Yeah,
You're
more
right.
than likely, they probably wanted it to get out.
There was so much packed into there.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. You almost got to sit there and do a video to break down everything he said in there. Because it was so much.
And I'd have to say, as another compliment, I appreciate the rappers that are, because one of the things I've been turning me off about rap in the last couple of decades is this like complete lack of political interest in. They want to write songs about stuff that, like, just songs that had nothing to do with anything. There's not really important information, or nothing.
Well, that's the thing,
right?
It's still there, but they feed you the other stuff.
Right.
They push the other stuff.
You have to go looking for the good stuff.
Yeah, you have to look for it. I mean, Tribe Called Quest dropped another album after I don't know, like 20 something years. You know, how many people heard about that? I mean, there are people out there who are doing stuff, but unless you like search through SoundCloud or something and try to find them on some kind of semi independent, way, that's the only way you can find them, because keep in mind who controls, the music industry and what they want put out for whatever reason. Go ahead.
I've been listening to anti New World Order rap, as they call it, for like the longest time. For over 10 years. So it's nothing new to me, but I'm glad there's, somebody out there who has more visibility, who got played by somebody who has more visibility, to let people know that there is music out here like that. I myself listen to Beast 3313 or 1333. Petty Monsanto, ODD-TV, Reno, K-Reno, and the slew of other ones that I listen to myself. So, but yeah, that definitely is fresh, it's new.
Well, you need to hook up with Michael and give him some people to listen to. Give him some suggestions.
Share our list of the right music to be listening to. That's where our channels are actually really important for this kind of work. That's why I wanted it for our Noteworthy show, to sort of, we talk about politics a lot, and to some people that's kind of a little bit tiring after a while, and maybe a little bit of musical content or analysis is a good way to kind of have that break from the stress.
Yeah, I can't help you because my music I listen to is not it probably wouldn't be what you want to hear.
It's all good.
Plus,
well, you might surprise me. I don't know.
Plus, a lot of the times the music I'm listening to is typically in Spanish, or occasionally I throw on some Afro beats, some French music. Big fan of Matri James, and what's the other one? And then I actually listen to a little bit of Italian trap. So
sounds interesting. You probably wouldn't be interested in a lot of what I listen to. If you were in our Discord, you'd be seeing, I don't know if you are or not, but you'd be seeing a lot of the metal that I'm sharing there. That it's like too heavy for most people.
I listened to some alternative rock back in the day. It all depends. Only music that I really rule out, I don't really listen to country like that.
That's where you and me are on the same page. I heard you say that before, and I'm like, yeah, I hate country like I hate golf.
Yeah, there's some different for, like, I can't stand no music that sounds like polka music. So keep that shit.
Yeah, I can understand that. Polka's not too happening anymore. I'm not a bad thing for that.
Stop hating on the chicken dance.
They can keep that bullshit. But on that note, I'm getting ready
Ain't
to
nothing
wrap.
like chicken fried. Cool beer on a Friday night. I be loving some country. I love hearing white people cry.
I like K Michelle country.
You don't like hearing white people cry about their problems. I love hearing white people cry about their problem. Dog dead, truck down, crop ain't come in. Damn. Well, sing about it.
I don't know. I guess just where I grew up, the most racist ass people, that's what they listening to. So I ain't want nothing to
I
do with
know.
the
And then
racist
what
people
happens
listening
to
to.
them? They dog die, their truck go down, and their crops don't come in. Ooh, child, it just brings just a.
Speaking of country, if y'all want to look into that Jelly Roll situation, it's wild. What they saying about
Oh,
Man,
Jelly
as
Roll
far
is
as I'm
one of them
concerned,
cult.
Jelly Roll can go get filled by somebody. I don't care.
He's one of those culture vultures that used black people to get famous, and then
Another
flip the
Post
script on
Malone.
us.
no, and it go deeper than that because him and Ryan Upchurch got some beef going on, and Ryan Upchurch is just saying that he part of the country Illuminati, I guess. Now, anyway, not everybody.
All right. Hey, make sure everybody plug where everybody can find you, what you got going on before we get out of here. So I'll start with Abby and Michael first. Ladies first. So go ahead, Abby.
Oh, well, I appreciate that. So, well, first I wanted to say thank you for allowing us to come on. We've been supposed to co-stream together, but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I want to thank Teal for that timeline. That was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And she took me. It was a blast from the past. And because during COVID, you kind of develop COVID brain where you start forgetting stuff.
Hmm.
Like when you were in isolation for 2 years, like I was in New York City, my timelines is just off. Like I
Hmm.
can't really remember how you used to be able to remember, oh, I was doing this,
Well, see, for me,
or
I,
this
I I
year, this
work.
month.
I was going into work every day the whole time.
Oh, see, I wasn't. I was stuck in my apartment for 2 years.
I was
No,
unemployed the whole time.
I was one of those people that was given like a permission slip in a sense to be able to drive around LA.
Mm.
And so like even at my company, on an average day when I like first started, it would probably easily be like maybe a good 50, 60 people floating around the building. And it went down to probably about like 5 for like 2 years.
Well, I was supposed to be plugging our stuff, so Michael and I are co-hosts together for a show called Noteworthy. It's on the channel Abby Do Abby Don't. On Tuesdays we have open forum discussions where anybody can join and just talk to us. We pick any topic you want. We'll talk about it until we talk the topic to death, and then we'll pick another one. And it's just a good way for people to commune with each other. And then on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Central, 6 p.m. Eastern, it's just Michael and I, and we usually do like domestic and foreign policy, and we try to do things that other independent media aren't discussing at the time. We try not to, like beat a dead horse with stuff everybody else is speaking on. So we can, teach each other. The chat teaches us. We learn from each other. So I'm really proud of it, and I hope you guys can join us. And I just thank you, and I'm looking forward to us coming back on your show.
We love y'all. We love to have y'all here. I appreciate both of y'all. I appreciate everybody that comes up here, but I appreciate when y'all team come in and infiltrate our team. No, it's for real. Between you and Michael, y'all keep me, you know what I'm saying? Y'all keep me on my toes, and y'all keep me with my fact checks, because I love being able to say, hey y'all, that's the same rabbit hole we in, right? All right, bet. Make sure I'm in the same rabbit hole. Cool. You know? And Michael always comes with some shit that makes me go, did I? Yeah, I got that. Okay, we getting there, Mike. We on the same train. I like it, because this fiery train to hell, it's crazy work. But yeah, I just wanted to tell y'all, thank y'all for being here. I don't know about blunt force wisdom right now. As far as that continuing, we will see how that goes. But you know, you can always
Okay.
catch me with Marcus on the Political Matrix. You can also catch me some Mondays when I have time. Mostly it'll probably be the summer, but you'll catch me on Steve's show on Monday mornings with the AM Wake Up. And then I'm gonna try my best to start getting on some of the anarchist shows on Friday nights and Saturday nights since our show is Sunday. And yeah.
Also, it's gonna start opening up where Till, whenever she want to hop on, to just talk to y'all about whatever she got on her mind, and I'm too tied up, she'll have that freedom. So still working on that too. So keep an eye out for that in the future.
Yeah, I'd be happy to be a substitute co-host if you ever need, especially since I'm unemployed again at the moment. I'm happy
Oh,
to
sorry to hear
use
that.
my free time to do something more productive actually than chasing money. But it's hard for people to understand that. As far as like
Mhm.
what we're doing on like Thursdays and Tuesdays, one thing that I like to try to do as far as what we're trying to make our show about is like I'm trying to do as far as what I can understand is that dialectical materialist, the historical materialist approach, right? These Marxist analysis tools that a lot of people might consider obsolete or ineffective. I like to try and put them into practice, and I think that we've been getting some pretty good results. And I think also what makes us sets us apart a little bit is I'm not trying to be that rigid, orthodox Marxist Leninist kind of tanky. I mean, I went through. I think one of the things this year I'm coming to terms with my identity a little bit is that I've been trying to do that for the last few years. I'm trying to reconcile with how do you find anarchist, like middle ground between anarchist and communist. And then, well, I was starting to think maybe I should try and be one thing or the other. Don't try and do both. And then being rejected by the communists because my anarchist tendencies or origin story. And then, so I'm trying to find ways to use dialectical materialism and historical materialism to find a way for anarchists and communists and maybe libertarian socialists, whoever can work together. Let's find a way
It's
to
nothing wrong with
actually
forging your own path.
but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying to now I'm trying to just go on and on. So, but that's what
No,
I'm
I'm saying it's nothing wrong with forging your own path either.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I think
Especially if
it's
it's
good to
necessary.
mention that that Michael's a communist. I'm a socialist, so we aren't even on the same page, okay? But somehow we come together and it works.
But
Well, think about it.
So many people are not on the same page, right? And it's more about like, are we at least in the same book, right?
Yeah, I mean, like socially, I would agree with more people who lean to the right, but economically, I fall to the left, um, and then for somebody who kind of sits in who sits as somebody who would be kind of considered a leftist to be heavily within the faith community, that's a whole different lane also. So to put those identities together is a little different. So I understand where you're coming from. Sometimes you just gotta, hey, carve out your own lane and go down it.
Well,
If you
it's like
if you picking up what we putting down, then come visit us.
people want to make it
And
be
even
simplistic and
if you're
reductive.
not, because we're going to listen to what you have to say. We're going to say what we got to say, and at the end of the day, we could agree to disagree, or we could find common ground where we agree, and that's it.
Yeah, and let's just try not to be anti-intellectual or bigoted and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
that would help.
That would help a lot.
Well, shoot, I forgot to add. Yonina, did you have anything you wanted to say before we get out?
Yeah, fire horse. I mean, I know we talked about it a couple weeks ago, but watch out for stuff. Also, the last time this configuration came around with the horse and the ram, we had the Carrington event, I believe, where all there was a solar flare and all of the telegraph poles got knocked out. So watch out for some of that activity. We're leaving the solar maximum. We're entering a minimum, and the Carrington event happened in the minimum. So definitely watch out for that. Watch your health. Watch out for your health. Keep up on your supplements and your vitamins and stuff. The year the horse carries it's a plague year. It carries a lot of disease and stuff like that. Do your best to eat as healthy as you can. Do your best to be the peacemakers and the mediators for this week coming up. And be the love you want to see.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Yeah, I'll throw out there. I have to confirm that it's still happening or not, but I think I have a live stream set up with oh shoot, gosh, I'm already blanking. With Willie Bragg. So I'm supposed to be going on the Willie Bragg show, I believe Tuesday. I just got to confirm on the time. So I guess look forward to that, and I'm gonna be definitely watching like a hawk all these things going on, because all it takes is one thing, and this thing can really spiral out of control really fast. I heard reports that they were trying to aim for the desalinization plants in Iran. That can get ugly really fast. Also, false flags that are going on out there that can lead, things to go crazy. I've heard word back that it's a strong possibility that it was Israel who tried to launch on Saudi Arabia's refineries. And even if it's a false flag or not, if they get launched on and get taken out, we could be seeing a very, very different situation. Also, to see what happens at this phase of the war once the U.S. does actually run out of interceptors. It could get ratcheted up quite dramatically. And also, if, it's just a matter of things are at I don't think we've seen a point where things are to where they are right now. And this is, for people who've been watching my channel for many years, this is what I've been warning everybody about for multiple years. I know Yonina can attest to it. I've been talking about this, and I've been talking about these exact countries with this going on, what it was going to lead to. And
Samson is still an option.
But here's the thing. If they do it, they're taking out themselves. And it might just take out that full region. And
But they know that though.
sparks after that?
Wasn't there didn't they say like, if we're not going to get what we want, nobody's going to get what they want? And they're ready to take out themselves as long as everybody else goes too.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I don't think that they could actually take out everybody, but they could definitely take out their region. And how the effects of that will affect the rest of the world would be monumental.
You're saying there's like a false flag on Saudi Arabia. I'm thinking there's Iran's denying a strike on a Azerbaijani airport and strikes on Oman. And I think maybe even that strike on Akrotiri, the British RAF base in Cyprus, potentially could be that could be 4 false flags by Israel.
Well, Azerbaijan, just in general, to say real quick, you realize the supreme leader Khamenei was Azerbaijani? You realize like half of the leadership of Iran are from Azerbaijan?
Did not know that, no.
So if they already have power in the government, why would they try to overthrow the government that they're in power of?
I don't know, but there's something going on that front.
But they know most people in the West don't know that.
I got to get going though.
This is an emergency thing. So I just looked at this, and it's right here. It says Nico House just posted a video saying that Israel Googled his name over 100 times in 2 days or something like that in 24 hours.
Oh yeah, hold on a second. Oh yeah, hold on a second.
Hey, I love y'all, but I gotta work early as fuck in the morning, so I'ma slide out. Love y'all.
I gotta get out.
Love you too.
Yonina.
I walk the dog.
Yeah.
But I gotta get out of here too.
See that?
I'll catch up with you guys later.
Yeah, I see
Bye,
it.
Michael.
If you see that big spike, that one was mine.
Really?
I can't see it.
Yeah, I searched mine. I don't know if it'll come up or not. I saw it show for half a second. Dim the screen?
Yeah, it's too bright.
That's dang it.
Yeah.
You see that spike?
Oh, you can see it now, yes.
Yeah. That's when I searched my name. That's what happened.
Oh,
So yeah,
interesting.
not only Nico,
So
I saw.
what I'm guessing here is it's not people who are actually searching you, because I searched my name too, but my name was searched by data centers in Arizona and Nevada
I
and
think.
Idaho. So
I think.
what they're doing is using data centers to search for people who are on the fringe, the independent realm, who are making enough noise that they're being noticed by the public. And in doing that, if
In
your
fact,
name comes up,
let me see if I
you
can.
might be
Let
a
me see if I
target.
can
Yeah.
find it. Let me see if I can find it and show it to you.
And while you're looking for that, oh, can you mute real quick, Yonina?
Yeah, I can mute.
Okay, so while you're looking for that, I wanted to say something to you, Yonina, about your comment. So it's not lost on me that all of these people in mainstream media got fired all of a sudden and then went into the independent media space. Like, you're not fooling anybody. You're there because independent media was getting too big for its britches, and you're there to be controlled opposition. Clock that T. Don
Trying to remember
Lemon.
how to
I mean,
search
it's
it.
so many of them. Tucker Carlson, Joy Reid. The list goes on and on. Megan, what's her name? Megan Kelly. The list just goes on and on about the ones that are now in the quote unquote independent media space. But I know you're not missing your coins, because us that are really in the independent media space and are really doing this, we're not making no money. But they are.
Yeah,
And then they're watching independent media hosts to see what we on this side are covering, and then they're taking, if it's not too risque, they're taking that content and they're copying it and they're putting it out for their own media slop and their own followers to consume. And so that's another way us on this side in the independent media space are missing coin, because they are, we are being watched over here.
I gotta remember, because I did it on my phone. I'm trying to figure out how do I do it on my laptop. Because
while you're figuring that out, I guess we'll just keep chopping it up. I don't know.
I mean, I guess I'll show it another time. I don't want to hold anybody any longer.
Okay.
Because we're almost at 4.5. But actually, let's see if I can send it to. This is what I'll do. I'll send it to myself real quick.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'm gonna say go to Woodward TV and look up the Nephilim video. He just posted it 22 hours ago. And Nick, I should call you Nick. Marcus knows where they're getting the information from, because he's on this side of the Christian content creation, media hosting, web side of the internet. And so we know where he's getting this information from, and it's from racist white people. That's where he's.
Nina, let me ask you this real quick. Okay, so you got to mute for me. Thank you. Okay, so Tucker Carlson, he been dropping gems. I'll give him that. Okay, he has been. But how is he talking like when we abducted an entire president in Venezuela, and he's like in opposition to this supposedly, but then when Trump has this meeting with all these oil execs, he right there clapping as Trump walks into the room. So wait a minute. Are my eyes deceiving me?
You have to understand the hierarchy. You have to understand the hierarchy of the power structure and how it's built out. Tucker,
right. So I'm saying,
you see this?
Yes.
You see what it says there?
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, I gotta put my glasses on. Wait.
Not saying hints.
Can I make
I
this
don't have glasses.
bigger?
Shoot. Whew, my age is showing.
Right? What does it say?
Let me see.
It says
Can I-
Israel past 7 days.
Okay.
And he's looking up his name, Marcus Cage. And it spiked 1 day to 100%.
It did the same thing with
Nico.
Alex Treddy and what's her name? Renee Good, right
Yeah.
before what happened to
Well,
them
shoot.
happened to me.
Now I gotta look my shit up because if I'm gonna be offended if they not looking me up, then I need to work harder.
Yeah.
So
But
yeah,
to
for
answer your
some,
question,
I think
go ahead.
I think what they're doing is anybody who, after the whole Israel-Iran attacks, who did any videos critically speaking about Israel, they start searching all of those people. That's what I think it is.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm not on there because we haven't really been focused on Israel that much because so many other people are doing that content that we've been, like we did like Southern Sudan, the genocide there because nobody's talking about that. The Congo. We're just trying to cover stuff that nobody else is talking about just to keep it on people's mind that this is a global community. So we need to make sure that we are not just staying laser focused on one thing because we can eat and chew gum at the same time.
Yeah. I've stayed on those. I just haven't covered it in a while because if you really go into the situation in Sudan, that situation's been going on for 20 years.
Talk about it.
If not longer. And the crazy part about it is
issue in the first place.
well,
Israel
the
is
thing
driving that too.
the thing about the Sudan situation is it is all being propagated and provoked by the same people who are involved in these other situations.
UAE.
Oh no, I'm
etc.
pointing my fingers directly at that country that starts with an I.
I said etc.
They're the ones who are directly because they're the ones who have the biggest chance to benefit from it. If you look at the region of where these countries are, and if let's say natural gas was to pop up and start being brought from under the waters, which sit next to a place called Gaza, then all of those people who own the waterways that are right near those areas will get massively wealthy. Where does Sudan sit? Right on those same waters. So it's beneficial for all these places to stay destabilized. So that way they can never profit from the natural gas, the trillions of natural gas that they plan to extract. And then after they've extracted all of that, then they won't also be able to benefit on the shipping lanes, which they plan to push out of there after they try to shut down the Suez Canal.
They trying to build a new canal in the It's Unreal space. I forgot what it's called. It starts with a G or something. I can't remember.
Golan Heights.
Is that what it's called? I know it starts with a G, so maybe that's what it's called.
Yeah, that'll be probably where the port will be, and it'll be coming straight down through this waterway I'm talking about. I'm telling you, there are multiple reasons why they're doing what they're trying to do. And when they start talking about, like, I honestly think that they're not going to try to completely get rid of the Suez Canal. I think that they're going to try to turn Egypt into more of a vassal state to extract from both. So,
I don't think they would completely shut down the Suez Canal, but it's just
no.
Right.
Unless they saw that they weren't able to make the money that they planned on making out of turning the other spot into a canal.
Look, the chat over here is as undefeated as my chat on Noteworthy channel. They are funny as hell. I love them, and they're smart as hell. And I appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah. I'll say this last. Chris H says we got to circle back to Ukraine though. Ukraine has fallen off the radar. Ukraine has fallen off the radar because they're about to face a massive defeat.
Mm-hmm.
And so they don't want to talk about Ukraine since they've invested so much into it for it to all go to nothing.
And Marcus, why are they telling Ukraine we need some of them interceptors back?
Yeah, they asked for interceptors. They're also asking for military advice and strategy on how to deal with their drones. They don't know how to stop them. So it's kind of funny. I remember somebody here not that long ago was applauding Trump down talking Zelensky in the office. Funny when the shoe is on the other foot. That's why you don't do dumb shit like that.
Yep.
That's also why, remember before I was saying I understand why Iran is not trying to go into this conflict. And they were like, no, I wouldn't be taking this. If they're going to attack my people, I'm going to do this. Okay. So what's happening in Iran right now? How many tens of thousands of people are being killed? Is that what you want to do to your people? Because you can't handle somebody, disrespecting you? See, people be thinking on hood politics and don't think on global politics. Another thing is they said, oh, well, Trump didn't do anything the first time around. Why do you think he's going to do something now?
He did so much stuff.
He did a lot of stuff the first time around. And a lot of his worst instincts were handicapped and pushed back because he had people who stopped him from screwing it up. He ain't got nobody around him to stop him from his worst instincts. In fact, all he did is bring in people who are going to help him have more bad ideas. And how the hell did y'all think that wasn't going to turn into a huge problem and be worse than the time before? Oh, y'all over exaggerating. Y'all got Trump derangement. Okay, I'm only worried about the Democrats. Okay. And then I watched somebody, a content creator who I know, try to pull the Cope thing and try to say, well, if Kamala would have been in here, Kamala would have did the same thing. No, she wouldn't have. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm not trying. I'm gonna tell you why.
She might not have, she wouldn't have done Iran, but the genocide would have still.
I'm not saying she wouldn't have did other stuff. I'm not saying she wouldn't have continued on with that. I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I'm saying Iran in particular because.
Oh yeah, I don't think she would have done Iran.
Because Netanyahu himself has told y'all for 40 years he has been trying to get this to happen. So why hasn't it happened? Because everybody else knew. I ain't touching that.
I ain't fucking with that.
Everybody knew it would destroy. So you think that this woman would come in here her first year, completely destroy her whole administration for the rest of the time?
Yes,
that don't make any damn sense.
And there's a reason why all these Middle Eastern countries, are not retaliating when Iran hit those U.S. Military bases in their country.
They can't do shit,
right? Well, and they're like,
if they
ain't
did,
no way.
see, he got them over a barrel because all of these people care about money. All he got to do is keep making them unsafe. And how can you profit off of tourist dollars if your country's not safe enough for people to come to?
I watch compilation channels, and yesterday I was watching one, and it had the Iranian war minister up there, and he said, we're not worried. We already called all these countries. We already let them know we're not hitting them. We're going to hit just the American things. And then the person who was interviewing them said, well, it seems like you already hit some civilian places. And he said, well, these are casualties of war. You know that always happens in war.
No. It's more to it than casualties of war. I'm going to tell you what it is.
Okay.
When that place, Bahrain, got hit, that base, where do you think the troops went? They went to those hotels. They knew where they were at. They knew where the CIA, when their places got took out, they knew where they went because they had intel from China and Russia to let them know. They didn't just hit some random civilian spots. They knew exactly where they were hitting. They even hit the specific floors that they were on.
Do you remember in I think it was 79 or something, when the Ayatollah was like, we don't have a problem with Black Americans because they're oppressed.
Yeah, and they put that out again. They said it again. That hey, y'all not the problem. We're not messing with y'all. In fact, while you're on some race stuff, I could show you a video right now in Israel about how they not letting any of the Taiwanese and other immigrants in the bomb shelters.
That's the same thing they was doing in Ukraine.
Exactly. Now,
all those Africans that were going to school in Ukraine, they was like, nah, you can't get on this bus.
You do know that Ukraine has a high population of what people? Where do Ashkenazis come from? Hey, there's a tie. That's all I'm saying.
A bunch of Nazis.
I'm gonna leave it at that though, but I definitely did enjoy.
I know, because we'll still be talking.
I know, if I don't cut us off, if I don't be all right, go to bed, children. We'll keep monkeying around. And go on ahead, racist motherfucker. Say that shit. Say that. Say it. Say 3 black people's monkeying. I dare you. No, I'm just. Yo, Nick Cruz showed a tweet from Ayatollah where he showed love for George Floyd. Yes, because most of them don't have no problem with us, especially on the higher echelon. Yeah,
we ain't got no problem with you.
Exactly. Can you find a couple of random people in every country who hate black people? Of course. Can you find random people in every country that hate every group of people from no matter where? Yes, of course. But it's when you're searching for it, just like circling back to Phil Scott. That's how he went and found and looked for one Latina that he can find to put against Jasmine Crockett. Oh, cooning ass. I know what these motherfuckers be doing. Philip Scott, just stay your ass over there in Africa and leave us alone over here. And when you left Africa, you left the struggle. So shut your punk ass up.
He a grifter though, wasn't he? Grifting off red pill content first.
That's what he started off, dissing black women. So it's like, dude, we know what size your bread is buttered on. And it's not even a diss on him, because I did bring up about his wife. Not a diss on him because he don't have a black wife. It's a diss on him because you don't have a black wife and you make a career out of insulting black women.
Yeah, if you have a type or a preference or whatever, it's fine. But don't use black women as an excuse of why you trying to date somebody else. Leave us out of it. We ain't got nothing to do with that.
Like I said earlier in the show, you got 2 types of black dudes who date outside of their race. You got one who, hey, I just happen to like her. She was cool. That was it. Or like, especially when I was in the military, you be in places where it ain't no black. It's like 5 black women and all of them are married. What you gonna do? Spend what, 3 years fucking single? That ain't what's gonna happen. But you do have those people who like, nah, I don't mess with no hood ratchet black women, and then turn around and get you a Mexican woman who hood and ratchet too.
Exactly, and we'll
that's because you got internalized hatred. Now, and the sad thing about it is, honestly, a strong chunk of black dudes who do date outside of their race, that is the issue. It's not all. I'm a perfect example. Not all. But
right. I've dated outside of my race before too.
I guarantee you, you don't have no content of me ragging on black women. You ain't got none of that content nowhere.
Now you
right, Yonina, have you ever seen me get on here and rag on black women?
No, I have not. I was saying I'm dated outside my race too, though.
Cause I'm not.
Look, if we see it, we know. We know you got to check.
I'm not a fool. If you see that, you know I got to check. But I'm one of those people that believe that there's beauty in every stripe of the rainbow. So I mean, I'm hey, to each his own. I also feel like sometimes just be open with whoever you deal. You never know. You just might be in an environment where all you running into is a certain different group of people. It don't mean that you anti. Yeah, I hear you, bad cookies, up there trying your best. Uncle Marcus, be a good uncle. Let us stay. Negative. I already let y'all stay up long enough. It's time for everybody to go to bed.
If you don't put us to bed, Uncle Marcus, we gonna stay up. You know, like we about to go get us some snacks and some candy, and we're gonna be up all goddamn night.
Nope, because y'all parents are almost home. I already got a text from them. It's time for y'all to go to bed. And on that night, much love and appreciation to y'all. Whether you came through at the very beginning of the show, whether you came in the middle, where you were in and out, whether you stayed the whole show, or whether you just hopping in at the end, or whether you'll be watching this later on. Much appreciation and love to all of y'all. Much appreciation and love to my co-hosts, Voodoo herself, Miss Teal. Much appreciation to Michael and Abby for swinging through, and appreciation to Yonina. Hey, y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all decided to spend it with us.
We wanted to be here.
And I love y'all for that.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Come on.
There is discrimination in this world, and slavery and slaughter and starvation. Governments repress their people. Millions are trapped in poverty, while the nation grows rich, and wealth is lavished on armaments everywhere. These are differing evils, but they are the common works of man. They reflect the imperfection of human justice, the inadequacy of human compassion, our lack of sensibility towards the suffering of our fellows. But we can perhaps remember, even if only for a time, those who live with us are our brothers, that they share with us the same short moment of life, that they seek as we do, nothing but the chance to live out their lives in purpose and happiness, winning what satisfaction and fulfillment they